Live from the Comcast Business Studios, 97.5, The Fanatic. Now it's time to wake up. Kincade and Salciunas is on the air.
Today's talk show for your morning drive.
If you are the Phillies management, you're Dave Dombrowski, are you going all in? And by all in, you're going to be giving up some top guys.
I do believe I know that this team cannot put together 5 to 6 weeks of great baseball. Nope. As currently constituted.
Broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studios, here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Yes, it is a Friday where baseball returns. Welcome back to the unofficial second half of the Major League Baseball season. Good Friday morning, Johnny. I love that they're back because I'm feeling pretty good about the second half of the season. I'm not going to lie.
66, right? 66
That's the
games
magic
left.
number? Is that?
Yeah, that is the magic. No, it is. No, it is.
Oh, that's right, because they're, what, a half game ahead of the Mets.
66 games left. There's 66 is the magic number as you go into tonight. This looks good. I'm feeling it. We got Livapalooza this weekend down the shore. So I've already told my wife, I said, little cards at night for Dad.
Nice.
After dinners. Do a little Hell's Kitchen tonight, which I don't know anything about, but the girls are all excited about it. And then a little cards and Phillies baseball in the sports book, too, might be on the agenda.
Oh, absolutely. And I love that they start off with the Angels, and then they gear up with the Red Sox, right? Because now all of a sudden those are the series of note. And it's all at home until they go to New York for the Yankees, and it's not like that's a long trip. So I like this start to the second half so far for the Phillies. But what we need to try to find out today, before they throw the first pitch a little more than 12 hours from now, 6:45 first pitch.
Okay, you really are jonesing for baseball.
I'm ready to go.
Connor, he's counting hours.
Yeah.
Bro, I am too. I was sitting on the couch last night, and it was the first time where I was just like, man, I wish the Phils were about to play.
John asked me on post-show headlines the other day, do you look forward to breaks like this or not?
No. When you find a night, the question exactly was this, Connor. When it's a night without Phillies baseball in the summer, is your first reaction great or awe?
Mine is great.
Mine's great. I told Andrew too. Mine is great because there are so many nights with Phillies baseball. I'm like, I got to bed last night. I got the text. I was asleep at 8:25. I was out at 8:25.
Yeah.
Now I played golf yesterday in the heat.
Yeah, you're tired.
Took a shower. Had a post-round cocktail. I lost. Thanks to a Sweet Lou took me out.
Sweet Lou
in the match, but I was out. I knew it was a night off. Now I know we got baseball, but there are lots of nights off built in, so it's going to be good.
I say and again when we talked about this, different stages of life, like when Coop goes. First off, Coop's still awake at 6:45, so it's nice for me to be able to put the Hulu on the phone and watch the game while playing dinosaurs for the 5th consecutive hour. But also, when he goes to bed, I'm ready to just zonk out on the couch and watch the rest of the Phillies game. So, I miss them, and I'm glad that they're back today.
Oh, yeah, we're excited. We're ready to go. But because Connor was frustrated this morning, he does not know the pitching rotation for the Angels, and he's about to go down there and knock on some doors at the hotel.
Yeah,
at the
you
Angels
should.
Hotel.
Go pull the fire alarm. Wake him up.
How are we 12 hours to this series and we don't have a single starting pitcher listed for the
I'm
Angels?
actually surprised at that. I actually thought it had to be listed, but it's not.
Probably not.
Not tomorrow's or Sundays, but
right.
I'm shocked that it's not listed.
So the question today that we will try to discuss over the course of the show, this might not be something where your answer at 6:05 is the same at 9:05, because we have a lot of great audio for you from Jason Stark and his conversation on the Mike Missanelli show yesterday about this Phillies team and about what the plan might be come deadline time. He mentions names. We'll play a lot of these clips for you as this hour continues. But our question for you all today at 610-632-0975 is, who are the Phillies in the second half? Forget playoffs for a second. This season has been a roller coaster where we've seen the hot streaks.
Correct.
Then we've seen some horrible streaks. We've seen
The 1-9 streak was terrible.
It was terrible.
The weekend in Pittsburgh was terrible.
The West Coast trip was not necessarily so fun before
awful.
the All-Star break.
Yeah, awful.
we've seen the starting pitching be dominant and the bats do nothing. We've seen bats come out to big leads and then the starting pitching be okay and then the bullpen be horrible. Like, we know that this team has been a roller coaster. So the question is, who are they in the second half? And, John, you saw something pretty interesting from the world of Vegas.
Yeah, it is, like, to me, the win totals have been updated. So now you can still bet, just like you did in the preseason, you can bet win totals now in the Vegas casinos on all of the teams in Major League Baseball. They've been updated at the All-Star break. So I'm going to ask you and Connor right as we start off the show, and all of our listeners can get involved in this too at 610-632-0975 if you just want to text in, you want to get your vote in. The Phillies over-under win total was at 91.5 in spring training. All of us, from my notes, took the over.
Yes.
Every one of us took the over, but we all took the over to different degrees.
I think I was like just over.
You were just over. Yeah. I was a little over. Connor, I think, was one over me.
Yeah, I think I was 93. You might have been 92.
I was 94.
Okay.
I was 94.
I don't know.
You were 93. I think you were 92.
Yeah, I was like right at
92,
it.
93, 94, but we all bet over. I'm asking you now, would you place this bet today? The Phillies over-under is 93.5.
Yes.
Okay, but let me give you here's the math. Okay. The Phillies are 14 games over 500 right now after 96 games. To say yes to that bet, the Phillies will have to go 39-27, which is 12 games over 500 the rest of the way. So it took them 96 games to play 14 games over 500. So in order to say yes, in the last 66 games, you have to say they're going to play 12 games over 500. You said that very confidently.
Yes.
I answer just as confidently.
Awesome.
I say without hesitation, I would absolutely place that wager myself. Connor?
I don't answer as confidently. I lean yes, but I'm
hell
not.
is frozen over.
Sure. What is... Okay, explain to us...
No, because you guys don't understand my evaluation of this baseball team. So I try and explain it. Here's the thing, right? I think this team is very good, but they're inconsistent, right? That's been the accepted thing about the Phillies. And I don't know that a trade deadline acquisition is going to change that. So I think they'll get there, but this roster is trying to thread a needle right now. We know Lance from Arizona, one of our great callers.
Sure.
I talked to him on my Saturday show last weekend. And something he brought up was the aging roster. The most dangerous part of the season for them is the end of the regular season, like the last 2 months of the regular season, because that's when the older bodies start to wear down. And I look at a guy like Jesus Luzardo and a guy like Ranger Suarez, and I wonder how sustainable guys like that are through the course of the entirety of the season. So I say yes, but it's not a no-brainer, yes, they're just going to play better because the schedule's easier.
Now, it's no-brainer for me. You mentioned schedule's easier. That's one of the reasons. White Sox, you have for 3 games. Orioles, you have for 3 games, who might be sellers. Rangers, and by the way, that's after the All-Star break. Rangers, you have for 3 games after the break. Reds
you mean the deadline?
Deadline. Reds for 3. Nationals for 7. Marlins for 7.
Yeah, you got
Twins
Marlins
to close out the season, who will be sellers.
How about this? 12 of their last 15 games for the Phillies. See, this is where, and I respect, by the way, one of our better baseball guys, too, you just mentioned as our caller and listener. But I'm going to tell you, I completely disagree with that take. I love veteran teams with strong pitching, that as starting pitching, against tomato can teams that are out of the playoffs. The Phillies will play 12 of their last 15 games against teams that will not be in the playoffs. That is a huge schedule advantage. Yeah. When you're playing teams that are bringing up guys from the minors, even though you don't get to do as much of that now with the new rules.
Yep.
But you're playing teams that are out of it. It's a huge advantage.
Dude, if the Diamondbacks are sellers, remember
the Diamondbacks are not going to be a playoff
Remember
team.
Earlier in the year we were concerned about the Royals, Dodgers, Diamondbacks stretch.
How about Twins too? We were thinking Twins were borderline playoff.
Twins will be sellers. Diamondbacks could be sellers. Obviously, the Dodgers series will be tough. The Royals are right around 500. It's not like the Royals have been this explosive ball club. So a lot of these teams might be looking at the golf packages. Postseason's over. And they might not be locked in.
You're looking at the last 9 games, 3 at the Diamondbacks after the Dodgers series, 3 at the Diamondbacks, and then you come home for your final 6, 3 with the Marlins, 3 with the Twins.
I'm not talking about ability to beat them. I'm talking about availability of players.
I got you.
Health
Okay.
For the Phillies.
So when I hear a change in over-unders like that, John, especially for the better, where the number goes up,
Significantly.
it tells me a few things that I've been very confident in that Jason Stark kind of solidified for me yesterday. You'll hear a couple clips from Stark in the next segment. You're going to hear a lot from Jason Stark over the course of the hour. Great conversation with Mike Missanelli yesterday. A lot to gain from it. You'll hear the first couple next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Hi, my name is Phil E., and for most of my sports fan life, I've been suffering from sports
Win total for the Phillies has gone up since the All-Star break.
For other contenders, it did not necessarily go up.
Oh, is that true? I'm curious.
Okay, give me teams over/under numbers.
Cubs.
Cubs went up.
Okay, well that's
because the
they
Cubs
won
aren't
more,
unexpected.
Right, they won more during the regular
Okay.
season. Mets.
Down.
I thought so. That starting pitching, I've been saying it since spring training. That starting pitching, regardless of how hot they were to start the season, will not hold up.
Dodgers.
Braves.
Down.
I just wanted to hear you say it.
Down.
Dodgers.
Losers.
Down.
Okay. Padres up, I imagine.
Up.
That's what I thought.
I have others here if you're interested.
Brewers are probably way up.
Brewers way up.
Yeah.
Brewers Cubs up.
That's
NL
gonna
Central.
be a fun
Brewers
race.
Cubs Phillies up. You know, all of them up.
Yeah.
Padres up. Dodgers down. Mets down. Braves off the
Yeah.
charts out. So I mean, it's just it does show something you're going to sort of set up here, that the people who build the $1 billion casinos,
Yes. They have info.
they're sometimes a little more forgiving than we are.
So here's the amazing thing. Like, I didn't need to hear Jason Stark say this yesterday.
Well,
If
you do need to hear it on Mike Missanelli every week.
Right. If you told me that the number went up, that is enough information for me to say, all right, somebody knows something. They're going to be aggressive at the deadline. And maybe they just haven't played necessarily all that well in this first half of the season. So let's play a couple of clips for you. It just gets solidified when Jason Stark talks about it. It just adds to my opinion and the information that I think I have. Here was Jason Stark yesterday. This is a quickie. Here was Jason Stark yesterday. He was able to talk with Kyle Schwarber during the All-Star break. They just sat down and spoke for a few minutes. And here is Schwarber, well, Stark talking about it, but here's Schwarber's sort of feelings on this baseball club.
The All-Star game is always an interesting place for me to be. Get to talk to a lot of people there. One of them was Kyle Schwarber. I had a nice talk with him. He really thinks that they haven't even played that well, and they're in first place. And I went back and looked. I was going to do this in the stat of the week if we got to it. But when the Phillies are in first place at the break, they almost always win.
Yeah, and then he went down like a history lesson of every time they're in first place. I think it's like 80% of the time they end up making the playoff.
I'm not like you with the Harry Potter, but he's like talking to that Yoda guy. Oh, and that's Star Wars. But like the wise old,
the
guy who lives in the cave,
right?
Who comes out and gives the wise sage advice.
Yeah.
Who's the guy in Harry Potter that they all go to?
Dumbledore?
Yeah, whatever.
Come on, man.
Okay, I don't understand it. But like listening to Jason Stark talk baseball, that's what it is. He's got like all this stuff. He can just pull it out of his vest.
Nothing like giving it an analogy that you have no information on. It's like
That's
me
all
trying
right.
to do Days of Our Lives.
Hey, I used to say Mr. Spock, and it would drive people crazy.
So let's think about that for a second. They haven't played necessarily great baseball, and yet they are in first place.
They have not played great baseball at all.
Like, they have 5 guys with double-digit home runs. That's it.
It's awful.
I imagine at some point it's going to turn on where a couple of guys go on that hot streak and get to closer to 20 home runs. Because right now it's 12 for Castellanos, 11 for Turner, 10 for Harper, 10 for Kepler. So they're at the bottom of the double-digit club.
Last August, they set the franchise record.
That's right, for most home runs.
So, will we see it again? If it's hot like this and Connor's thrilled when it's like 95 and soupy outside every day,
Love it.
Maybe it'll happen because hitting season hasn't come
Yeah.
yet.
Now, the other thing, well, for other teams it has, just not for the Phillies.
Yeah, just not for the Phillies.
That's a funny thing to me. The other thing is we know how good the starting pitching staff is. And if you remember, I've referenced the conversation a few times. We had a guy that tweeted us after the Phillies got swept by the Astros. This is why you don't be buyers. And I said, no, this is exactly why you're buyers. Because your starting rotation pitched 20-plus innings, allowed a total of 3 earned runs, and your offense scored 1 run in the entire series. I need them to add to this offense. And, of course, we've seen the bullpen blow-ups. I need to add to the bullpen. We do the power rankings every once in a while just to let people who complain about the Phillies all the time understand that there is a national perspective that this baseball team is good, right? Regardless of what we see day in, day out. Here was Jason Stark talking about another GM of a contender team in the National League and how they view the Phillies.
when the Phillies are in first place at the break, they almost always win. Not like it happens every year around here, but they're actually in good position, despite what you might think. And other teams look at them as a team they don't want to play. You know, I had a GM, one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. You don't feel like you're going to win. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
And they got to fix the bullpen. And Dave Dombrowski, even though I want them to do some things with the lineup, Dave Dombrowski, job number one is fix the bullpen. But for the people that talk about how this team stinks and how they're not, some people say they're not going to make the playoffs. They will. Some people say they'll just flame out in the playoffs. Hey, I understand. We saw that happen last year.
You understand the frustration.
I totally understand it. That's Jason Stark speaking with another contender in the National League, the GM of that team. We don't know which team. Could be Mets, could be Cubs, could be Brewers, could be Dodgers, could be Padres. There's a GM that says we don't want to play that team. Despite all the bitching and moaning that we do, deservedly so, there are GMs that don't want to play the Phillies. So Jason Stark wasn't done after that. Coming up next, hear from the Hall of Fame reporter who talks about how aggressive Dombrowski will be. Not might be, but will be. And some names to keep an eye on. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Friday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils are back in action. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies back on the diamond tonight in South Philly as they start a series against the Los Angeles Angels at the bank. The Phillies will send Jesus Luzardo to the mound tonight at 6:45 p.m. That's time for first pitch. As of now, the Angels have not named a starter for any game of the series, so we keep you updated on that. The Phils start their second half in first in the NL East, and Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday to talk about how they're viewed by their peers.
You know, I had a GM, one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So work to do, but certainly strengths of this team as they head into the second half. We'll see if that half-game lead in the division holds over the remainder of the regular season. The Mets in second. The Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m. in their final Summer League game out in Vegas. Next up after that will be training camp in a little over a month. Speaking of training camp, the Eagles are a little under a week away from their first training camp practice, just 5 days till they get going. This update is brought to you by Allstate. Some people just know you could save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
All right, we want to hear from you at 610-632-0975.
We want to hear from you.
Who are the Phillies in the second half of the season as the over-under for their win total has gone up, which tells me...
By two.
It tells me they will be aggressive, and maybe this team just has not played well enough to their standard, and we all know that because we've dealt with it night in and night out. And maybe Vegas and guys like Kyle Schwarber, who Jason Stark talked to, believe it is just going to be something will eventually click, especially after they acquire some players in the deadline, which is less than 2 weeks away.
You brought up August. And Connor, this is something for the Locked On Phillies podcast. 2022, the Phillies, 6th in home runs. 2023, the Phillies, 8th in home runs. 2024, Phillies, 7th in home runs. Currently, Phillies, 18th in Major League Baseball in home runs.
Oh, yeah, it's
that is
pitiful
so
what
bad.
they've done. Yeah.
It is so pitiful for the lineup they have, for the bats they have, for the money that Middleton has spent, Mr. Middleton has spent. It's pitiful. That has to change. And if that number doesn't get down to around, like, they're going to have a lot of digging out of a hole. That number doesn't get into, like, the top 10.
Yeah.
It's going to be a
your
problem.
starters, so Schwarber has 30.
Which is, by the way, Schwarber is at his best mark right now on July 18th.
And he's cooled off a little bit, too, which is amazing.
Seriously, yes.
Castellanos only having 12 is wild. Turner having 11, I'm fine with because the average is up.
I'm totally fine with him having 11.
Harper at 10, injury-related. Obviously, you hope that turns around. Max Kepler, your big off-season addition with 10. Bohm, your 6'5" singles hitter, has
It's worse
8.
than last year.
Has 8. Real Muto only has 5.
Yeah, there's the big thing is JT is a...
Brandon Marsh, who's supposed to be the better hitter of the two center fielders, has 3. 3 home runs.
JT's power is broken down on the side of the road like you were the other day on 676.
Hitting 268. I told you.
No,
all I
it's picked
needed
up.
was around a 260 batting average.
No. You need more than that.
I got you.
You need more pop. But the thing is, though, credit to JT. Because it was a season that was in the crapper,
especially
and it's
all the
really
double
turned.
Play balls that were driving everybody nuts.
It's getting a lot better.
All right, so a couple more clips for you from Jason Stark, and then in the next segment we'll get to the text messages because I'm very curious to see where people are at. Like I'm jonesing for the Phillies to return today. I'm juiced up for the second half. I think it's going to be a much more enjoyable second half than it was first half. Even though I've enjoyed the first half, it's just there's been a lot to complain about. So Jason Stark, who was on the Mike Missanelli show, had a lot of great insight. We played the clip in the last segment about how a GM in the National League, one of the contending teams that will probably be in the playoffs, does not want to face the Phillies come playoff time. That is a great nugget from a Hall of Fame reporter like Jason Stark, who people should respect reading, and I believe a lot of people around baseball respect, definitely, which is why they give that kind of information. Here was Stark talking about the mentality of Dave Dombrowski because, remember, we were trying to figure out, can Dombrowski actually be aggressive? We've talked about the market. Last year, it was not a market where
it was weak.
Guys were paying top prospects to get players. It seems like that might be different this year. At least that's sort of the notion that we're getting from the reporters. Here was Jason Stark yesterday with the Mike Missanelli show talking about Dombrowski's mentality.
I think the perfect Dave Dombrowski trade is Byron Buxton and Johan Duran from the Twins, and then you have both of them for 3 pennant races. Now, look, I bet the Twins trade neither of them. I was told that if they sell, it would just be, the word was strategic selling, and that probably means no selling. But just say for that package, would you give up Aiden Miller and Mick Abel and Eduardo Tait, the catcher who's in the Futures game, and somebody like an Arun Escobar, who's got a lot of buzz going in Clearwater, maybe more? I could honestly see Dave doing that.
So that was Jason Stark talking about one of the potential trade pieces.
One of the Twins. The Twins sideline reporter is a young lady I used to work with, Audra, who I used to work with on television down in Atlanta, and she also has it appears they don't believe that there is any trades coming.
So
they are not getting rid of controllable talent. That's not what the Twins do.
So I don't think Byron Buxton's on the move. If you heard his clip from the pre-All-Star game media availability, he was like, I have a no-trade clause. I want to be a Twin for life. Like, is he just saying that to say the right thing, or is he being totally honest? Like, I don't want to go anywhere. He's got 3 kids, a wife and 3 kids. Like he's
happy being.
He's been there for a long time. They've been very patient with his injuries, as we talked about a lot.
Oh yeah, he only plays half the time,
right.
So he gets a lot of time to spend with his wife and kids.
So, but one of my reads on it is not necessarily like that's the trade he's going to make. Jason Stark talks about how that's the perfect trade. I think that was more so of this is kind of the move he would like to make. Get an outfielder, get a reliever, guys that you have control over for a couple of years. Here was the clip that we were going to play first. Here was Jason Stark talking about Dave Dombrowski's mentality heading into this trade deadline.
You know, I ran into a guy in Atlanta who had talked to Dave Dombrowski. He told me his clear impression is that Dave is gearing up to do something big. You know, what he'd like to do in the perfect world may not happen in the real world. It's a very weird market still. But he said Dave would give up a lot of chips if he could get that big back-end bullpen arm and a legit everyday outfielder. And, again, this is ideally keep both of them beyond this year.
All right, so now you understand why. I would have played that clip first just because he mentions the ideal trade, outfielder, back-end bullpen arm. That's why he mentions the Buxton Durant thing. But the big thing that I gained from that is he wants to trade big chips to acquire very good players under control. And we haven't heard that kind of stuff in the past. In the past, It was, how do we add to this team, right? Lorenzen, let's add him to the rotation. Austin Hayes, let's add him as a starting left fielder, ends up being a platoon player. This is the first time where we've heard, like, all right, no, he's ready to move on from some of these pieces, and he's ready to get some big-name guys. And you have been hearing similar things.
Now, the funny thing is that I didn't hear that clip of Jason yesterday. That's exactly what I told you this morning. But everybody was in town for the All-Star game, so I'm sure they were all talking to the same people.
Sure, yeah.
It's exactly what I heard. What I heard from a baseball insider who clearly said, everybody says Dave Dombrowski is on the prowl. Not like the CEO of that, astronomy, company.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
But he is on the prowl, and he is looking, and that it is very aggressive. And one of the things that was pointed out to me is that Dave Dombrowski usually works in the shadows.
This is public.
Yes. that was the thing that was more sort of stunning, is that he usually, that he's calling people, but you sort of don't know the cards he's playing. Now, that could be part of a game with him, too. We don't know, but he's out there and he's being
aggressive. He's just making it very clear, like, hey, I have big-name prospects. I'm ready to move them. Ken Rosenthal, guy who was on Foul Territory the other day, quote, I do expect them to be aggressive and active. Jim Bowden, one of the other top reporters that covers baseball, believes the Phillies are one of the top teams to try to trade for Emmanuel Clase. He's the closer for the Guardians. So, again, Stark mentions Buxton Duran, but we've also talked about the Clase Kwan potential package. Two guys that are good, both all-star caliber players in Kwan and Clase, both guys that you have under control for a couple of years. Not paid a lot of money, by the way, because they're still arbitration eligible, and you would trade top prospects for it. You asked me earlier this week, would I do it? Yes, I'm going all in with this baseball team. It just needs to be all in like major trades. Not all in, let's add platoon players. All in guys that are going to make a legitimate difference, which I think not only makes the team better, I think it brings some life to other guys. I think it sparks something.
Okay. I get you, and I think that's I understand where you're at. I'm just a little more cautious. Just a little more.
I'm going all in, baby. Chips on the table. I want to hear from you. 610-632-0975.
I may do that later tonight.
Yeah, damn right you will. Who are the Phillies in the second half? And when you hear those clips from Jason Stark, he makes it abundantly clear that Dave Dombrowski is working on something big. Do you want something big to be done? Or do you want them to be cautious and think about the future? I'm all in, baby. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ray Dunn, Mike Missanelli.
Look at the Embiid era. You're telling me that a team led by Joel Embiid.
Salciunas 97.5, the Fanatic. Phillies resume tonight against the LA Angels, Citizens Bank Park, 6:45 first pitch. So we are 5 minutes away from being exactly 12 hours away, Johnny. 12 hours and 5 minutes away,
I
dude.
admire your excitement about this.
I'm excited.
I'm glad they're back. Yeah, so I'm
glad they're
excited.
back, and I just expect it to be better. So do you. So let's gear up for some fun.
I'm a little disappointed, though, Connor, I got to tell you, in Andrew, because I did not expect you to answer the question the way I did. I'm so confident that they will be better in the second half. That it's, I don't even hesitate at all.
Yeah.
That they're going to be better in the second half of the season.
Yeah.
play to a better winning percentage and everything like that. I didn't expect you to just be like, yeah, they're going to be better. I thought you were going to take longer.
I think it's going to be better. Our man INS on,
What's up,
on
INS?
the YouTube chat. Not IMS, the company my dad used to work for.
No, INS, I'm a little...
INS.
That gets people nervous, and IRS really does.
Yes, absolutely. Predicting a red-hot Harper in the second half of the season, and he believes they get close to 97 wins because 27 losses is a lot. Now, I agree with that statement that 27 losses is a lot in, 66 games it was?
Yeah, 27 and 60. So you have to do it the rest of the way. So,
but this team has been inconsistent. So if somebody does say, no, I don't think they're going to hit that over mark, I don't blame anyone for feeling that way. I'm just projecting that not only will they play better, I'm projecting that they acquire some legit pieces at the deadline, which Jason Stark is making pretty clear, and Ken Rosenthal is making pretty clear. The people that you have spoken are making it pretty clear that Dave Dombrowski's making phone calls.
Dombrowski's making phone calls.
And, important phone calls, not, hey, do you want our 15th prospect for this middle reliever? No, these are legit trades that it seems like he's trying to orchestrate. What do we got on the text line, Connor? I'm curious because I know the vibe around this team, and I know that it's not necessarily filled with confidence and positivity. I'm curious, now that we've gone away from the team a little bit, we've had a break, an all-star break,
Yes.
which I think was not only great for the team, maybe great for the fan base.
I think it really dragged, too. Long. Feels long to me that we haven't seen Phillies baseball.
Yeah, well, we get him back tonight.
get it back tonight.
What are the people saying on the text line, Connor?
Steve checks in and says, so tired of hearing Phillies are going to be aggressive at the trade deadline. Talk is cheap. I can hear it now. Phillies front office. We tried to be aggressive, but other teams were not willing to trade with us.
And, okay, if that is the case.
But they've never, by the way, they haven't used that in the previous years. So I understand what he's saying. They have not used that. Because Dork Boy has gone back and looked. They have not said, well, we tried to make deals, but nobody was making deals with us.
I got you.
So they haven't used that excuse, just in their defense.
But if they do not make a big move, and I mean a move that moves the needle, I've said it for you guys for weeks now. July 31st, 6:01 p.m. Maybe I'll wait till 6:10 because normally there's there's a trade that we just didn't announce. I will go on Instagram Live and probably cry like a baby out of anger.
That feels dramatic.
And then August 1st, when we're on the air at 6 o'clock in the morning, I will probably be horrible to listen to.
Yeah.
Or I will be speaking for a lot of people because I will be pissed if they don't make a move that moves the needle. This team is too good with the rotation that they have. This team has too much money allocated to it where they can't come up short. And look, we've talked about this numerous times. If they lose in the NLCS to the Dodgers, okay, that's one thing. But I'm talking about another first-round elimination or a team that kind of putters their way into the playoffs and then they lose early, or you just never got the sense that they were a legitimate contender.
Exactly.
There's going to be a lot of conversations that are going to have this offseason, but it would start August 1st for me or July 31st after the trade deadline comes to an end if they don't make a move of note.
That's too hasty, right? Because we don't know what a move of note is. We have an idea of what a move of note is in our heads, but we also don't know the market entirely at this point. There's still about 2 weeks to roll. And you guys just got done saying how you expect this team to be better in the second half.
Absolutely. No hesitation.
Yeah, but I believe they'll be better in the second half, but I'm also speculating that they're going to make moves. That's part of my projection. If I'm a betting man, also has to kind of look into the future a little bit. When we do over-under win totals in football, it's not just, wow, this team's really good. It's all like the Commanders. I forget what their over-under is. They're, 10.5, 9.5, something like that?
Yes.
I think that's a perfect number.
9.5.
That's a low number.
They have two. Their
an old team.
over-under number is 2 less than the Eagles.
I got to think about how that team is very old, and that team might fall apart in the second half of the season. Football is a little bit different than baseball in terms of the physicality. So that's part of gambling. I am going to make a bet that they will hit that over mark because I'm also betting that they make a big move at the deadline.
Yeah, what I'm saying is August 1st is too early for you to be crying like a baby over guys we have seen play maybe one game, maybe no games in a Phillies uniform. Dave Dombrowski in 2018 to the Red Sox had issues with his bullpen. His big pitching trade deadline acquisition was Nate Eovaldi, a starter, who ended up being a big bullpen piece in a World Series run. Things are going to take a little bit to bake in. So if we get to the trade deadline and there are moves where you're like, this doesn't make sense, you can be annoyed by it, But let's give it a little bit of time before you say the day after the deadline, this team didn't do it.
If they don't make a move of note in this lineup, they will not win anything. They won't. They have 5 guys with double-digit home runs, and one of them is Max Kepler, who people are waiting to be DFA'd.
Connor, I'm talking about if you're saying win it all, okay? When they had the 6th most home runs, 7th most home runs, 8th most home runs, they couldn't play 4 great weeks, 5 great weeks of baseball. They puttered out. I can't believe that this team, with this anemic offenses they've had, on and off, hot and cold, is going to be able to put together 5 great weeks of baseball.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the moves might not come in the way that you expect, and August 1st is way too quick of a trigger to say they messed it up. Be like the day after.
Well, they can't change it. Are
they going to call up another Otto Kemp?
We don't know what the players are that they're getting in this lineup with this team on August 1st. Now, if you want to say if the month of August or 2 weeks of August go badly and this doesn't look good, it's just a quick evaluation of a trade deadline.
Okay.
Right? If you evaluated that, Zach Vaughn was a terrible signing. Robert Quinn was a great trade for the Eagles. The day after.
Oh, I was excited about the Robert Quinn.
Sure.
By the way,
I
was really excited.
I'll be very angry if they don't make a move of note.
And weeks later or months later, those look completely different.
I didn't understand.
I'm just saying, give it time.
I didn't understand how Robert Quinn didn't
do anything.
I still don't get that.
Didn't absolutely.
Robert Quinn, Golden Tate, some of the weirdest trades that you go, oh, wow, this is a nice little move.
Because I thought that was
them.
a nice pickup because he literally just fell off the map when he got here.
What else we got in the text line?
All right, we also have a check-in here from Dave in Mount Laurel who says, for the Phillies, what future? They maybe have this season and next with this core. The time for pushing your chips into the center of the table is now. All in.
Yeah, because
I love the energy. I got to tell you, even though I don't necessarily agree with the all-in people, I love hearing from them because it says to me, wow, like some people are very much all in.
Yeah. I'm all for. And look, it's not like the Brewers going all. Like, this is a team with pedigree, right? Like, this is a team that we have seen go to a World Series, go back to an NLCS. They just are missing some key pieces right now. And if I can go all in and ride this rotation, which they have all season long, but through the playoffs, I feel very confident that that team will be in ball games. They just need to hit more consistently. And, of course, they need to fix the bullpen. As everybody knows, including contending GMs in Major League Baseball. So coming up next, we'll get some more text messages. We'll reset the show. Also, Dork Boy over here
You say that so fondly, though. I like it.
Has broken down the Phillies schedule because it's very strange.
It's never happened before.
Really? Another never?
A never. How about this?
All right, well, we'll hear that coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Baseball returns. I'm Connor Thomas, and the All-Star break officially ends today as the Phillies get back in action. They start a series against the Los Angeles Angels at the bank tonight. First pitch is at 6:45 for Game 1. Jesus Luzardo will make that pitch for the Phillies. And as of now, the Angels have not named a starter for any game of the series. So we'll keep you updated on that. The Phils start the second half in first place in the NL East by a half game over the New York Mets. And Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday and talked about how the Phils are viewed by their peers in the National League right now.
You know, I had a GM one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So we'll see if that fix happens with the trade deadline looming, and we'll see if that half-game lead holds over the remainder of the regular season for the Phils. The Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m., their final Summer League game. Next up after that will be training camp in a couple months. Speaking of training camp, the Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. Football season's almost here, folks. This update is brought to you by Groundworks, your trained and certified expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic on this Friday morning. Talking a lot about the Phillies as they resume action today against the Angels. So we are now under 12 hours away, Johnny. And, of course, the second half, the over-under total that Johnny saw. Vegas believes the Phillies will play even better in the second half of the season. And the over-under went up 2 total wins for the Phillies.
Correct.
And, of course...
And we both jumped at it and said, we'll bet it. We'll bet it.
And our logic... So, I'm very aggressive with the trade deadline. F them picks, F them prospects. I don't care. See you later. I'll drive you to the airport because I know that the guys that you're going to acquire have performed in Major League Baseball. The other guys I have never seen perform in Major League Baseball. That's my logic. I've been that way my entire life. So, other than just expecting them to play better, do you have any sort of feeling like that as to why you feel so confident that they'll win more games?
Okay, I got the back of the baseball card thing, and though at times I have mocked it, I do believe that there is some truth to it, that the back of the baseball card is one that you have to take into consideration, that players do, when you get to a 4 or 5 year career, players do tend to go to the mean.
Yeah.
They retreat back to what they are. We got a lot of players that are not playing to their norm. We got a lot of players that are not. Castellanos should be better.
Yeah.
There should be more pop from Real Muto, even though he's aging. There should be more pop from Alec. A better production as far as from
more
Alec.
Doubles. Bone with only 12 doubles this year
crazy.
is
well,
actually
Castellanos
amazing.
doubles needs to be up too.
Yeah, Castellanos at 22.
Needs to be up. So Bryce Harper is the biggest one.
Right.
So to me, I think that's what we're going to see. I do believe that the back of the baseball card is not just a cliche. It's something that
now
we'll be able
the
to
same could say for the opposite though. Bryson Stott, the back of the baseball card has been more not so great other than 1 year.
Sure.
Brandon Marsh. And so we'll see, do they acquire some guys at the deadline? And that's the thing that I am hanging on to. As a betting man, I'm also betting that Dombrowski makes a move of note. Give us another text message, Connor. And then John Kincade has broke down the Phillies schedule. And it's historic.
It was a schedule quirk. It's a schedule quirk. And we'll get into it.
Schedule. What do we got on the text line at 610-632-0975? We want to hear from you. Who are the Phillies in the second half of the season? And do you want them to be all in, aggressive at the deadline? As Jason Stark made it clear yesterday, the Mike Missanelli show, that Dave Dombrowski is going to do whatever he can. And other GMs are fearful of this Phillies team. What do we got?
By the way, real quick, Nick Castellanos 6th in the National League in doubles. So doubles may just be down this year. But Joe in West Philly,
which is weird, by the way.
Yeah, but he's been good. He was 4th, right before the break. But Joe in West Philly says all in because you already have 2 $300 million players. You have at least 2 pitchers that can win a Cy Young Award. You've been going at it for the last 4 seasons. This is an all-in year.
Now, the 4 seasons thing is where it's interesting, right? There are people that go, man, you have to capitalize on this one. But then there's also people that look at it the opposite, going, yeah, 4 seasons, but it's going back every single year. I'd rather think about the future than the here and now. And I understand that person's logic that feels that way. You're more so that way. I mean, I'm obviously on the complete one side.
Yeah, you're on the wild. You're wild side.
Let's go all in, man.
You're on the wild side.
And I like being in the wild side right now, especially when I know that this team needs some 2 or 3 legitimate moves of note, and I think they can do it.
Do you think most
people
are like
prospects.
you, or do you think more people are like me?
That's a great question.
In their thought process.
That might be. We might need to put a poll up on that for once.
I think
that might be poll worthy, John.
I honestly believe more people would be like me. Slightly, I'm not anti. I'm anti all in. Emptying the coffers. I am. I'm. If the term is all in, I'm anti that for this team. But I'm okay with being aggressive, but not all in. If the term's all in, I'm not feeling good about it.
Okay.
I agree with you, Johnny, but I think we're in the minority, at least just looking at the text line.
Well, I think
so looking at the text line, that's the way you're feeling.
I think we put our polls up and we see what people say about it. You're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Real quick, speaking of Twitter poll, I found one really interesting yesterday that Unfiltered posted. not to go down the rabbit hole, you had a rough day online yesterday.
Oh yeah, it's a very fun day. That
Yeah.
Well, it is fun when what I did find was when people don't listen.
Correct.
They listen to one clip.
Yeah.
And then they go, oh, like even people who I find very reasonable online, who are good reasonable people, are like, well, I personally value mental health. Well, you obviously didn't listen to the show where I was very much into that. So I disregard that.
I know
to
you
me,
do.
I just disregard
Because they don't know exactly.
And you know what
you
it was
were
very
saying.
interesting was one I said is that I always use the Shaq method of who? Who's criticizing you?
Right.
Who's doing that? So I just took a glance.
Yeah.
Do you know how many people with names to their profiles
Right. Not
were
many.
calling you names and attacking you and everything? There were 2.
Yeah, it was all fake.
And I responded to 2 of them and literally responded to them. I had some DMs, had some emails, had some great email conversations back and forth and was like, did you listen to the whole show or did you just listen to the clip? And by the way, I appreciate CJ and Jimmy for being a part of it. I appreciate Jim they did not listen to the whole show. They listened to the clip and they sent off nasty emails, not name calling emails, but nasty emails about my take. And then they were like, okay, I didn't realize that.
So
and I said, so there you go. I said, but some people are rather miserable.
Yeah, they attack online.
And that's what it is. And they do it under aliases and they do it and that's what they do. That's what they wake up in the morning and that's what they do.
But what I found interesting from Unfiltered yesterday, they asked the question about Joel Embiid. Based on the recent ESPN article, do you have more empathy for Joel Embiid? When I saw the reaction that you got to what you said.
Right. About the article being, by the way, which I was able to confirm yesterday, by the way.
Okay.
The article was shopped. So the article was shopped. So ESPN got the article. It was it was an independent writer. And by the way, Mike Kay, you know Mike Kay?
Yes.
Mike Kay. And I had a great conversation about it back and forth yesterday. This is done all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And so what I was pointing out is it's done all the time. But the article was shopped. Who wants the article? We've got this kind of access.
Yep.
Here's the article. It's going to be done. Who wants it? And then a outlet buys it.
Yeah.
That's what it's done by. The writer is picked. Keith Pompey isn't picked to write it. A writer who may be more a friendly writer is picked to do it. Now, as Andrew DeSheka points out yesterday, it's a skill to write a piece like that.
It was
and
very
by the
well
way,
written.
as I said 50 times yesterday, it was a great read.
Yeah, it
It was a
great
really
read.
well done read. But it was a PR piece.
So
it was a PR piece with agenda.
So
I don't
based
know
on
what
the
it was.
recent ESPN article, do you have more empathy for Joel Embiid? It was simple, yes or no. You guys want to guess what the percentages was?
I saw it at some point, so
60-40, yes.
51-49, is that where it finished?
It ended up being, it's still going. 53% said yes, 47% said no.
Did you hear the vitriol, though? You're evil for even suggesting anything, and oh my God, it's evil to even like. It was such a fluff piece. It was a fluff piece because it wasn't. There was no pushback. There was no pushback. And by the way, it was a hit piece on the Sixers. It was a hit piece. The Sixers were trashed in that piece. Kevin Cooney, who is a writer, Kevin Cooney, who's been a beat writer, who whenever I have a question about like being on a beat and everything like that, I'll call Kevin many times and say, "Hey Kevin, okay, tell me about this. I want to ask you about this." He was last night on the station. I got to hear a little bit of his show. The idea of it was that's uncomfortable for the Sixers because he really sort of trashes the Sixers. Now, guess what? The Sixers may be deserving of it.
Well, yeah, having the intern allegation.
Whoa. The intern. But you know what, though? That doesn't reflect on the people that are there now.
Correct. Well,
Like,
that's why, again, it was the story
ownership, it does.
Yeah,
but it
ownership's
doesn't.
been there.
Yes, it does. But again, and I'll say it again, the Sixers have to own what they did wrong with Joel Embiid. And there's a lot to own.
Right.
There's a lot to own. When you put an intern on him and things like that, a lot to own. I didn't hear a lot of ownership out of Joel.
I got you. And that was the point.
By the way,
that was the point that
and by
you
the way,
made.
I have no qualms saying it. And the vitriol, please.
Yeah.
You know.
And but again,
And by the way,
almost,
to the-
almost 50-50.
And by the way,
there
to
were
the
a lot of
people
that agree with you.
to the reasonable people who actually can converse on things and use their real names and
Correct.
have conversations, I enjoy the pleasure of the conversation back and forth. Even when we don't agree, we can have debate and we can have concern.
All right, now I'm going to call you a dork.
Well, you can do that because I am.
Tell me about this weird,
How about weird?
historic Phillies second
It's
half
historic.
schedule.
How about this? It is historic. The Phillies have never had this before. First of all, it's 21 games in a row. It's in the second half of the season, again, the way this falls. The Phillies are going to play the next 7 series and 21 games against the American League. The Phillies won't play another National League opponent until August 11th.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, it's really weird, and it's historic. They haven't done this. So they used to play, when they introduced interleague play, they used to play it in June. And everybody would be done it by, like, 4th of July.
Yeah.
And they would move on. This is really odd, the way they did this.
But I would say I prefer this than the random American League game in like April.
You want 7 consecutive series, though, against the American League? I guess, look, everybody plays the same schedule.
Right. Yeah.
You just don't play it the same as far as one year you may play the Twins on the road, the Twins at home. But everybody plays the same teams when they're in your division. But you're going to play the next 7 series and 21 games against the American League opponents. That's really wild.
It's weird.
To me.
It doesn't really do anything for me. It's just weird.
But it's to me, I wonder about this. I always say to you, we're going to see the Yankees in a couple. We're going to see the Yankees.
Yep. Third series out of the break.
Third series out the break. We're going to see the Red Sox, who all of a sudden have put themselves into being like, wow, Red Sox could very well be a team that gets into the American League postseason. I don't concern myself ever with who's doing what in the American. I'll look forward to seeing the Tigers and the Phillies match up.
Yeah, and the Sunday game now, Sunday Night Baseball.
Sunday Night
those two
Baseball.
teams.
But I don't care about I don't watch the American League teams and go, man, I'd rather see the Yankees in the World Series. I just worry about the National League teams more.
But you could say they're heat check games. Like, all right, you're playing top teams, regardless of division, league. Like,
so you look forward to this 21-game stretch.
Yeah, Yankees are in second place of their division. Red Sox are third place in their division. Right, 2 games back, 3 games back. The Tigers are in first place. Like, you're playing some good baseball.
21-game stretch against the American League. So it's almost like you're an American League team for the next.
Yeah.
You got a good stretch here. August 11th to play another National League game.
That's actually kind of crazy.
It's weird.
That's really weird. All right, coming up next, more from Jason Stark. Are there any untouchable prospects for the Phillies? Stark spoke on that yesterday as well. We'll get more of your text messages. It's Kincade and Salciunas. Baseball is back tonight. We'll talk about it all day today here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Ricky Bo.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is 7:12 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Great, fun first hour and change talking about the Phillies and the second half, who you expect them to be in the second half. Do you want them to be all in when it comes to the trade deadline, which is less than 2 weeks away, 13 days away, 6 p.m. trade deadline on July 31st. And you know how I feel. All in, baby. Like, I'm going all in. I can't waste this rotation. I just can't.
You know what I asked you, though? Because hopefully we're going to work together for a while. I do not want to hear if this ends up in a malaise after this.
I got you.
Because they traded away all the prospects and we end up in purgatory of baseball. I don't want to hear it from any one of you people who says all in. Okay?
Gotcha.
So I just want to. You can't get on the organization. You can't complain because it's a lot to look at this team and say, yeah, that's the team that's willing to go all in on.
Yeah.
If you told me
let's
2023 or 2024, I could have bought it. This team, I'm not sure.
This team needs certain changes.
Have they earned it? Do you have to earn going all in though?
They're in first place of their division.
This division stinks. This division stinks. Stop it.
All right, hold on.
Stop it.
They have the same amount of wins as the American League East leaders and the Blue Jays. They're 4 back of the Tigers. They're 1 back of the Astros. What?
Give me the American League East. Could you rattle off the teams, please?
Blue Jays, Yankees, Red Sox, Rays, Orioles.
Okay. Give me that division, those top 4 that you give me.
All 50-plus wins.
Give me the NL East.
Phillies, Mets.
Yes. And then nothing. So come on, you can't.
I'm looking at
his point is by win total.
Well, you can't go by win total.
Yes, I can.
No, as far as the division's the same. It's much more impressive to have the same Phillies win total when you're playing great teams in your division than when you're playing crap teams.
All right, well, I don't have the schedule breakdowns in front of me. I don't have an Excel spreadsheet like some
No, but you're
people.
playing crap teams.
But, like, they have 3 less wins than the Dodgers. They have 2 less wins than the Cubs. Like,
and the Dodgers are in a you have 3 less wins than the Dodgers, and the Dodgers playing a better division.
yeah, but I don't know how many of those
You
divisional.
should be
I don't know what the Dodgers' schedule is.
When
John.
but when you play in a lousy division, you should be cashing in with the wins.
Yeah, but there's
which
still
you haven't done.
stretches of teams that haven't played teams. Like, I don't know how many times the Dodgers have played the Rockies, but I imagine that plays in their favor.
I know the Phillies played the Rockies 7 times though.
Exactly.
they've already wiped the Rockies.
But all I'm saying is schedule-wise, we don't have a clean, like, this division is this yet, I don't think.
Now I can look up strength
I
of
sort of
schedule
do. I sort of do. I think what we know about the divisions. I bet you what we know about the divisions is what we know about the division.
No,
That's
I'm
just
saying
a guess.
I'm saying we don't know who's played how much of their divisional schedule yet, though, off the top of our heads.
No, I got you. I just
Right.
think what we know is the divisions that are good. I'm going to tell you right now, the divisions that are good. I know the divisions that are good.
So the strength of schedule, to your point, John, the Phillies have had the 4th easiest to this point in Major League Baseball.
And they didn't cash in on it.
Hold on. Their strength of schedule by percentage is .494. The Dodgers is .495. One of the teams that we just mentioned. The Tigers is .496. The Giants, 0.494. The Mets have actually had the easiest schedule to date in Major League Baseball.
Which may be why their number, they're thinking with their injuries and with their number, that it's not good for the Mets.
Gotcha. But the point I'm trying to make is even though the Eagles have the 4th easiest schedule, or Phillies have the 4th easiest schedule, the Dodgers are just as easy and the Tigers just as easy. These are 2 teams that we value as potential World Series contenders. So to me, just wins do matter. And so we'll see if they can continue to pile up these wins. All right. Are there any untouchable prospects with the Phillies? Here was Jason Stark yesterday on the Mike Missanelli show. It's a quick clip. Take it with a grain of salt, and I'll explain more coming up in a little bit. But here are the names that Stark mentioned.
I think he is off the table, and Crawford is close to no way. Aiden Miller is close to no way. It has to be a monster deal for them to trade him.
So the first name, by the way, was Andrew Painter when he said he, because Mike asked the question. So Andrew Painter, he believes untouchable. Justin Crawford, he believes untouchable.
Close to,
but Aiden Miller also close to.
Okay, so what does this tell you about the trade deadline? And I've been saying it to you.
It's going to have to be boom or bust, I think.
But what I've been saying to you is that people every year, and we did it last year, and we're doing it again this year. People believe to make trades at the trade deadline, you've got to go, oh, you got to throw in Painter and Miller and all.
Right.
And it never works out that way. Last year, some major arms went. I mean, there was a great closer went. We got a really good closer. A great closer went. And not a top 10 prospect was traded. I think the trade deadline has really gotten watered down as far as teams can't get what they used to be able to get.
Now, I will say this when I say take it with a grain of salt, and you know how much I respect Jason Stark, so this is not me saying anything about.
Yeah, what are you going to say? Because this could be fighting words.
A week before Logan O'Hoppe was traded, I heard Jason Stark say Logan O'Hoppe was an untouchable prospect. A week before.
Okay.
And then he got traded for Brandon Marsh. So, if the deal that is there that intrigues Dave Dombrowski enough, that's why I always say there's no such thing as an untouchable prospect. Because if the Dodgers say we'll give you Shohei Ohtani for Andrew Painter,
well, I mean, come on. You can't do that. You can't do.
I got it.
You can't use a ridiculous example to try to prove
I got
a point.
it. But I don't believe there's really anyone. Like, there might be one. When he says close to, that means they are movable for the right price, or for the right piece, I should say.
I think the close to untouchable means that it's probably not happening. I think what you're finding is Philly media is talking about all these players being available, and all you got to do is go read the local beat writers for those teams, and they're not talking about these players being available.
Unless you give up your untouchable.
No, but they're not even talking about them being on the, worried about them being on the market.
Maybe they don't think Dave Dombrowski would trade certain players, and then he says, hey, I'll trade you this player for that player. And they go, oh, really? Sure. Who knows? All right, coming up next, we'll move away from the trade talk for a few minutes because John had an interesting conversation with someone about Rob Thompson and whether or not he's getting enough criticism. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Phillies welcome the Angels. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are back in action tonight as they start a series against the Los Angeles Angels back at Citizens Bank Park. The Phillies are going to send Jesus Luzardo to the mound tonight. First pitch is at 6:45 p.m. The Angels have not yet announced the starter for any game of the series, not just tonight's game. The Phillies start the second half in first place in the NL East, and Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday. He talked about how the Phillies' peers are viewing them as a team.
You know, I had a GM one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So there's clearly respect around the league for the Fightins, but there are needs to fix. We'll see if that half-game lead holds over the remainder of the regular season, and we'll see what the deadline brings as far as potential fixes to the bullpen, lineup, and otherwise. Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m. in their final summer league game. Next up after that will be training camp in a couple months. And speaking of training camp, Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. It's almost football season. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code RADIO for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Guys, we have some fun things in store for you guys today. A couple of fun interviews that we're going to be doing on the show. Obviously, you guys know how we handle the show. It's today's talk show. We focus on the here and now. We focus on the pressing topic, the pressing, not depressing, the pressing topics. And, we have fun with it. But usually when we have our guests on, it's like the McLeans, it's Amy, it's people that we're going to really analyze what we're discussing with. Today we're just doing a little bit different. It's a fun Friday, beautiful weather outside. So coming up at 7:40, so 14 minutes from now, we're going to interview a Philly, kind of.
What?
Logan Dawson.
Okay, now this sounds like a good story. Too.
Logan Dawson was recently drafted in the 16th round of the Major League Draft by the Philadelphia Phillies. Logan Dawson went to Eastern High School in New Jersey. Born and raised Philadelphia sports fan. By
the way, 16th round isn't bad at all.
No, it's not. No, not at all. There's a story in the Inquirer with little Logan at Citizens Bank Park, holding the baseball with the field. He's in a Phillies jersey, Phillies cap. Like, this guy bleeds Philadelphia Phillies sports. And when I saw him get drafted out of Eastern High School, I'm like, oh, I've played at Eastern. Connor, you've probably played at Eastern.
Oh yeah,
they got the turf field. Like, it was really cool.
Played with guys that went there, played against them.
Yeah.
Unlike you though, Logan's good.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Logan, I was one injury away, John.
He's great. We're good.
Logan Dawson was drafted by the Phillies in the 16th round. So I wanted to have a conversation, just sort of like, how cool is that to be A, drafted, but B, to be drafted by your team that you grew up being a fan of. And also today at 9:25, so 2 hours from now, if you guys have probably seen him online before, but you may not know the name, Matt Groork. Matt is a culinary arts teacher.
And a culinary artist.
Yes.
I have tasted some of his work. Spectacular.
He has gone from culinary arts teacher to like one of the tailgate guys that people try to seek out, right? He does the big cookouts. Our man Brendan Petrilli is always sort of around those.
Oh, he likes a cookout.
He finds the good food over there. And then all of a sudden, he starts getting invited by Nick Castellanos to be his personal chef at parties.
He was on Kelly and Mark.
Yep. He was on.
Just the other day.
He's been on TV. Darius Slay, after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, he had a party. Matt was the cook for the party. So imagine going from tailgate to like the players you're tailgating for, you're cooking for their personal parties. So we'll be talking to Matt coming up at 9:25, but Logan Dawson, recent Phillies draft pick, local kid, will be joining us coming up at 7:40. I'm really excited for it.
You want to know what Dork Boy did last night preparing?
What's that?
13.4. That's the percentage of 16th round draft picks that play a game in the bigs.
You are.
No, but that's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
That's not bad. By the way, getting to AA, great chance.
Yeah.
Great chance to get to AA out of a 16th
By
round
the way,
pick.
one of the things I can't wait to talk to him about, 3-sport athlete.
See,
oh, hell yeah. Football, basketball, baseball.
Football, basketball,
See,
baseball.
Francoeur would love this because this is what Jeff Francoeur's podcast is all about, where he brings on professional athletes and coaches from all sports.
Yeah.
And he has them talk about the fact is that these gung-ho parents that have their kids specializing in sports at 8 and 10 years old are doing their kids
Look,
a
I'm
disservice.
sure baseball took the majority of his time. He got drafted, but he played the other sports for his high school. So we'll talk
Tell
to
him
him
to come out Wednesday night for hoops.
Yeah, exactly. We need him. He'll join us in about 10 minutes. Now, you had an interesting conversation about Rob Thompson. Can you please? Can you please?
It
bring
was
this up?
it was talking more about like everything that was going on around the trade deadline and stuff with the Phillies and how the Phillies were going to be aggressive and everything. And I was more talking about the fact is Dave Dombrowski really has to help out Rob Thompson.
Mm-hmm.
And from discussions that were going on around the All-Star game, I was told, well, wait a minute, John, what are you talking about? Rob Thompson has been given a full deck. Has been given, since he's been a major league manager, he's had a top 4 payroll. Since he's been a major league manager, he has been given all the resources. And more importantly, he has exited the playoffs the last 2 years losing to an inferior team. You can get on Dave Dombrowski all you want, but being told, like, don't overlook the fact that a manager didn't win. I said, well, wait a minute. What does a manager do when the bats go cold? He goes, okay, that's fine. But then don't compliment the manager for winning 95 games and fitting first place. You can't have it both ways. A manager has to be able to have their team playing best when it matters the most and push the right buttons. And he goes, do you feel that he was a master strategist when they needed it? He goes, you're always telling me that the strategy you don't think is very good. Well, this is it. So this was more defensive Dave Dombrowski. And another one was, as the line is, John, if Dave Dombrowski was not the Phillies general manager and the Phillies said, yeah, we're done with you. Yeah. We don't like what you're doing. He'd be unemployed for a day.
Yeah, he'd be hired the next day.
A major league team would fire their general manager to hire him. That he's getting the whole point was he's getting a little too much grief. And that Rob Thompson may be getting a little bit of a pass.
Now, the Dombrowski thing, I don't think he's getting too much grief. I think he mishandled this past offseason. I really
do. No, I do. And there's no way anybody will convince me that letting both those closers go out the door wasn't stupid.
Now, the Thompson conversation's interesting because I understand what the person's saying. Like, you can't give him credit for the wins and then not, blame him for the losses. But
it's either one or the other.
But
you got to say.
But like when you bring up the bats thing, like Bryce Harper and Nick Castellanos were the only two guys that showed up in that series against the Mets, and Kyle Schwarber hitting a home run in Game 1. Like,
Schwarber did one thing, one at bat,
and like remember that the game that they get eliminated, like Kyle Schwarber's up to bat with two runners on, he strikes out. Like
Schwarber was terrible after the first at bat, I think.
Right, and that's one of your big pieces. And so what is Rob Thompson going to do for Kyle Schwarber to all of a sudden change the way he plays?
Okay,
and then the bullpen thing. You and I have said this numerous times.
I agree completely with Rob's strategy with the bullpen in that series.
I would have gone back to Hoffman 6 more times.
There's no way that I would have. I am a dance with what brung you. I am not going to all of a sudden panic in the second game and not bring Hoffman back in after he had the bad outing.
Unless your date is Craig Kimbrell, and then you leave his ass at the damn door.
And that's one where I will blame Rob Thompson for.
The 23.
However, that goes back to the Jason Stark report that he wasn't calling the shots in that game.
That him?
That was the Christopher Sanchez 2 innings. That was an upstairs decision. It was then Rob Thompson's job to then bring in the guys at the correct time. And maybe you should never have brought in Craig Kimbrell, but maybe the plan from upstairs, whoever it may have been, Dombrowski, analytics department, whatever, should not have been to take it out Christopher Sanchez after 2 innings and then set up your bullpen to have to pitch 7 innings. You did it with Suarez the previous year in 2022, and it worked because every bullpen guy clicked that day.
That was 23, I think. I think that was the same year.
That's 23,
in the DS
so
against
did they do it back-to-back years?
Before.
Because he did it in 22 as well.
Yeah.
Against the Braves. Because remember, they won. It was Wheeler-Nola against the Cardinals. Suarez in Atlanta, Game 1, pitched 3 innings.
Right, because the Suarez one this time was here, I think.
Yeah, so they did it twice.
Yes.
And it worked 2 times. But again, it's a gamble. It's a risk.
Right.
When you're relying on your bullpen arms who have probably been taxed to this point of the season. So I get what he's saying, but I also don't I don't totally agree with it.
Well, the Dombrowski last offseason, we both agree. There's no defense of letting Estevez and Hoffman both walk out the door.
Yeah. And especially
when you gave that money to Max Kepler.
Yeah.
And you gave comparable money to Jordan Romano.
Correct.
That was a mistake. Botched. But there is Dave Dombrowski has given a loaded deck. I would have done exactly what Rob Thompson did too, and I am critical of Rob Thompson at times. I'm not critical of Rob Thompson for that Mets series. I don't hold Rob Thompson responsible for losing to the Mets, but
so that's the thing. Like,
it's how do you blame Dombrowski?
Right? How do you blame Dombrowski
For this offseason? I do though.
Yeah,
we do. For this one, you can.
And sometimes it's the player's fault. Like that could be it too. Like maybe last year it wasn't the Mets series. I again, you know how I felt about the outfield thing. Like that was a mark on Dombrowski for me that he did not add to that outfield. Oof. He tried with Austin Hayes, but ultimately, players get first blame for me in that series against the Mets.
No, they should.
I didn't blame Topper. Dombrowski deserves some blame, but for me, it was players first. Like
was there any strategy?
You had 2 guys show up.
There was no strategy in that Mets series that I'm going, boy, Rob Thompson, you dope, because that strategy was the strategy that won them 95 games.
Right.
Yeah.
I absolutely would have done the same exact thing as Rob Thompson did.
Zach Wheeler pitched a gem. They scored 1 run.
The only one was sitting Bowman game 2. Because that felt like a weird time to make your stand of this is going too far in a win-or-go-home series. But other than that,
They won that game, though.
I know they won that game.
So I'm not going to hold that.
And the players were a part of that.
And the players
decision.
wanted it. Yeah.
They were policing that one. All right, coming up next, fun interview. Local kid Logan Dawson, drafted 16th overall out of Eastern High School by the Philadelphia Phillies, his favorite team growing up. We'll speak with him coming up next. The reason why he's coming on so early, he's got workouts to get to, man, because he's playing for the Trenton Thunder right now. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Friday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Damn, they try to take matters into his own
Johnny, got any fun plans this weekend before we get to our man Logan Dawson?
Kidding me? It's Livapalooza this weekend. Liv's 21st birthday celebration. So we're heading down to Atlantic City for the weekend. The girls are set up at one casino, and Christina and I will be in town at another casino. But Mom and Dad are hosting dinner tonight we're going to that Hell's Kitchen. I have no idea what this place is, but I heard it's this big thing from Gordon Ramsay, and it's like a big thing. The girls are all excited. They watch Gordon Ramsay. Man. They watch Gordon Ramsay on TV, and they want to go to his restaurant and everything. So we'll see.
Happy Livapalooza.
Yeah, Livapalooza, and the girls got T-shirts, and they got.
How about that?
They got
nice.
They got beach bags, and they got fun, and
that's great.
So it's good.
That's great. All right, so the MLB draft took place last week, and obviously there was a lot of the conversation about Gage Wood, the first-round pick that the Phillies selected. But I want to turn our attention to local. You know how I love the local stories. I love local businesses. I love everything local, especially when that local person gets drafted by one of our local teams. So let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. At an Eastern High School in South Jersey, drafted in the 16th round of the Major League Draft by your Philadelphia Phillies, our man Logan Dawson joins us. Logan, good morning, man. And first and foremost, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me on.
Dude, I'm so happy for you. I want to know, because believe it or not, us guys on the radio here did not get drafted by any Major League Baseball teams. We were close. One injury away, Logan.
No, they weren't.
What is it like not only being drafted in the sport that you love playing, but also by your favorite team growing up? I saw the photo of you in the Inquirer the other day wearing your Phillies jersey, wearing your Phillies cap. What does that feel like when it's your favorite team that you probably dreamed of years ago getting drafted by?
Yeah, it's a surreal feeling. It's what I dreamed about since I was younger. So seeing it come true, it makes sense, and I'm so happy it did. But I was just hoping for any opportunity, and the fact that it's the Phillies just makes it so much more special.
Did you have any idea that the Phillies would be the team that would be calling?
Yeah, scout Casey Fahey was close with them all spring, came out to a ton of games. Then I went to a workout at Citizens Bank a week ago and thought there could be a real possibility, and it ended up happening. So, it's just so exciting, and everyone back home is enjoying it, and I'm just so happy. Now,
when did you start getting that feeling, wow, I could be a professional baseball player? We all dream it, but you will start to notice guys who have it and guys who don't. When did you realize that you had a future in baseball?
I've been stuck to that mindset since I was 9, 10 years old. But it really started to pick up last year, and I was impressing people on the summer circuit, and then I had a good high school season, and I'm like, this could really be a possibility. So I'm just excited. I'm blessed to be in the spot I am. A lot of people would want to be gifted with what God gave me, and I'm just happy to be the one that carries it along.
Logan, who helped you along the way? Okay, tell me a little bit about how maybe Dad cracked the whip or challenged you along the way.
Yeah, my dad would push me whenever I didn't want to. He would always let me be the one that leads it, but there was days when it was something I had to do. He'd be pushing me, getting me in the batting cage in the backyard, and he always was my rock, and I wouldn't be here without him at all.
Now, one of the really cool things when, we try to do some research before speaking with people, and I saw that you were a three-sport athlete. You played baseball at Eastern, you played football at Eastern, you played basketball. How do you think that helped you? Because we know that in today's day and age, there's a lot of focusing on one sport, right? The AAU for basketball, the travel baseball, we know all about that. But for you, you're a three-sport athlete. Did that help you in any way get to the position you're at today?
Yeah, I just think it was the overuse possibility of just playing baseball, and let alone the opportunity to be a leader in 3 different sports, 3 different environments, helped me just grow and mentally become a better player. I wouldn't trade what I did for anything. I had 3 incredible coaching staffs at Eastern High School. and just people that helped me become a better person. So I'm fully appreciative for what happened at school.
Did things that your football coach did for you help you in baseball? Did things that tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I would get more athletic in all the sports I played. Lateral movement in basketball, running, throwing on the run in football. It was all planned, and my dad had a plan when he had me do all these things growing up, and it's starting to pay off, but I still got to keep working.
What were you doing when you got the phone call that you were getting drafted by the Phillies?
I was at Boston College, walking around at orientation. I've been up here training for a couple days now, but my parents came up for the weekend because we knew it would be a possibility, and was just able to share that moment with them. And obviously the hundreds of phone calls and text messages I was getting, it was a surreal moment, and I'm so proud that my support system and everyone around me helped me get to here.
Have you learned the train lines up there in Boston yet? They're very confusing with all the colors. With all the colors, it's very confusing.
Yeah, I got to figure it out. Hopefully I don't have to figure it out.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have to. You see, that's what I was hoping to.
All right, Logan, real quick, as a Clearview pioneer that I am.
Oh, boy.
Who's the big rival for Eastern? Like, I don't know the Eastern rivalries that you guys got.
Yeah, our rival's probably Cherokee High School.
Yeah.
We lost to them in the South Jersey Final this year. Incredible game, incredible coaching staff, incredible players. Much respect for them, but it just hurts more to lose to those guys, and it happened in my last high school baseball game. So
yeah, that stinks.
Forever carry that, and just
now. Apparently, you pitched against our producer Connor, who's a Rancocas Valley alum. You pitched against them.
Yeah, I was two-way in high school. I do pitching. I'd play shortstop, whatever the team needed, and I probably threw against Rancocas Valley 8 times in my career.
Not many good ball players
still
coming
back
out of there.
Oh, stop
Get the hell out of here. Not many good ball players at Rancocas Valley.
I'm not Logan. Not even close.
You'll be able to see a lot of those guys in the beer league softball circuit when you're like 40.
Yeah, they're joining our teams. Logan, listen, man, congratulations. Such a cool story that we are excited to follow. Good luck on all the decisions that you're making, because I know you're playing for the Trenton Thunder. You got college baseball possibilities, and, of course, the Phillies themselves. It's just so cool that somebody local has a cool story like this, in the dead of summer. We're really happy for you, really proud for you, and good luck the rest of the way.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thanks for having me on.
Great having you on.
There's Logan Dawson, our man on the Comcast Business Hotline.
Okay, confident young man.
Yes, absolutely.
Well-spoken, not a lot of ums and uhs and everything. That's a confident young man. I love it. And I hope he realizes that life is long.
Yes.
If you want to go chase the baseball dream, chase the baseball dream. Because college is not – those colleges are not going places.
Right.
But go chase the baseball dream. If that's what you want to do. Yeah. I love the fact that a young man at 18 has options.
Yeah. Good for him.
And
really cool story.
You earned it, boy. You earned it.
And you know what? Congrats to his father, too.
That's awesome. And congrats to all the coaches that helped get him there, because he's very appreciative.
That's all a mark for all of them, man.
And congrats to RV for playing bad enough against him to help him get drafted.
Exactly. That's a good point, Connor. He may have been a 20th round pick if it wasn't for that performance.
The odds go down then.
Yeah.
No, that's sick. We're rooting for the kid.
That's really cool. All right, coming up next, we'll reset today's topics. Also, we'll bring up some Eagles talk in the 8 o'clock hour, or football talk in general, as camp is less than a week away. We'll start with Jalen Carter, who we think had a big smile on his face yesterday. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Luzardo back on the bump. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies back on the diamond tonight. Finally, after that all-star break, they'll get things going in the second half against the Los Angeles Angels tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Jesus Luzardo will take the bump to start off this stretch of the schedule for the Phillies. As of now, the Angels have not named a starter for any game of the series, so we'll keep you updated on that. The Phils start the second half in first place in the NL East by a half game over the Mets, and Jason Stark, Hall of Fame baseball writer, joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday, talked about, the worry that other teams have when they're facing the Phillies.
I had a GM of one team say to me, "We want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year, where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So work to be done ahead of the trade deadline, but still healthy respect from their peers through the first part of the year. We'll see if that half-game lead the Phillies hold in the division holds over the remainder of the regular season. Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m. in their final Summer League game. Next up after that will be training camp in a couple months. Speaking of training camp, Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
The summer's here, and you know what that means.
The Fanatic, again, really cool to have Logan Dawson on. He's going to be at the Phillies game Saturday. How about that? He said they're bringing me in a Philly. I was messaging back and forth, so maybe they'll introduce him to the crowd or something on Saturday.
Well, they usually show them like give them like a seat in a box
right.
or something.
Here's some of our recent draft picks.
And they'll show like 16th round draft pick.
Yeah, throw them on the Jumbotron.
Which would be great. That'd be awesome.
It was just really cool because, like, you were really close to getting drafted by the Flyers. So, like,
oh, yeah.
You're living vicariously through Logan.
I'll tell you.
In that situation.
I'll tell you.
You were really close.
Yeah, really, really close.
All right. Today's been a big Phillies day, not just because we had Logan on, but the Phillies resume action today following the All-Star break. And the number, over-under win total, has gone up. Phillies entered the season with an over-under of 91.5. It's now 93.5. So to me, that tells me that Vegas knows that this team will either perform better in the second half or will also be aggressive at the trade deadline. So let's play those two clips from Jason Stark, Connor. The ones about the mindset of Dave Dombrowski and then sort of the example of a trade that he could see, even though I don't think that trade's going to happen, and we'll explain why. But there's been a lot of talk about whether or not Dave Dombrowski would actually do anything the trade deadline. That's kind of been the concern for a lot of Phillies fans. Like,
a viable concern, too, by the way.
Right, because people say he hasn't made any big moves of note, even though he has done a great job with the arms at the deadline. Either those spot starters, like the Syndergaard that we saw in the playoff run. Lorenzen did a good job out of the pen. You brought him in as a starter, but you had enough guys that he could pitch from the bullpen. David Robertson was a good addition. Carlos Estevez was a good addition, even though he let him walk. There was a lot of good moves, but it's not just arms this year. He needs to make more moves than just acquiring bullpen arms. Here was Jason Stark on the Mike Missanelli show yesterday talking about the mentality that Dave Dombrowski is going to have going into this deadline.
You know, I ran into a guy in Atlanta who had talked to Dave Dombrowski. He told me his clear impression is that Dave is gearing up to do something big. You know, what he'd like to do in the perfect world may not happen in the real world. It's a very weird market still. But he said Dave would give up a lot of chips if he could get that big back-end bullpen arm and a legit everyday outfielder. And, again, this is ideally keep both of them beyond this year.
And that's the big one, the control, right? Like,
can you do that?
I think that is the biggest reason why the trade deadline has softened as much as it has. Think about it. NBA trade deadline and NFL trade deadline, a sport that used to have no trades, those two trade deadlines have actually become more exciting than baseball trade deadline in recent years. Because the big thing is players, like, they're not trading away rentals as much anymore.
No.
Or teams are not trying to
much.
acquire rentals, I should say. Teams are trying to acquire guys that would be under control. So Jason Stark continued. He gave an example in this clip of the perfect Dombrowski trade. We don't believe this would happen because there's been information that has come out. But here is an example, and in the clip you'll hear an example of the players that the Phillies would part ways with in a trade as such. Take a listen.
I think the perfect Dave Dombrowski trade is Byron Buxton and Johan Duran from the Twins, and then he'd have both of them for 3 pennant races. Now, look, I bet the Twins trade neither of them. You know, I was told that if they sell, it would just be, the word was strategic selling, and that probably means no selling. But just say for that package, would you give up Aiden Miller and Mick Abel and Eduardo Tait, the catcher who's in the Futures game, and somebody like an Arun Escobar, who's got a lot of buzz going in Clearwater, maybe more? I could honestly see Dave doing that.
Now, so he makes it clear. He does not think that the Twins are trading those players. Byron Buxton straight up said the day of the All-Star game, I have a no trade clause.
Hallelujah. I got to tell you, the respect I have for Jason Stark, I just adore. But 53% of his games played over a 5-year period. Stop it!
It's the
why
talent,
are we trading for Joel Embiid?
Right.
No.
So
the city's had enough of this. Well, if healthy, he's really a good choice. No, we're not doing that. Don't do it.
So in case people don't know, the names that he mentioned, everybody knows Aiden Miller, right? Everybody knows Painter, Miller, Crawford, and Abel, because Abel we've seen. Painter's the untouchable. Aiden Miller was compared to Mike Schmidt at one point, and everybody knows Justin Crawford.
A little premature.
Here are the rankings of these players. As you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, BZ Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Aiden Miller is second for the Phillies I'm looking at the Phillies prospects, not all of Major League Baseball. Second in the Phillies, Eduardo Tate, who we mentioned, the catcher.
Tait. Eduardo
Tait. You're right.
Pronunciation.
He's fourth on the Phillies. So
Okay.
in this make-believe package of Buxton and Duran, starting center fielder, top reliever, years of control for both of them. Prospect 2, Prospect 4, Prospect 5, McAble, Prospect 6, Arun Escobar. So you would be giving up 2, 4, 5, and 6.
No, I'm not. For Byron Buxton? No. I'm not trading for Joel Embiid.
All right, so let's say
I'm not trading for him.
Let's say
if you give me another deal.
Let's say Buxton's off the table. It's just Duran. It's probably still going to cost you maybe 3
If
prospects.
you told me right now I'm getting Duran for McAble, done.
It wouldn't be straight up.
Why wouldn't it be?
It would not be straight up.
Okay,
It
you
would
give me
not
that.
be Abel
well,
for
you're not
Duran.
giving me. I'm not.
Yeah, that's not even close to
I'm
enough.
not even giving Abel and Tait.
It would probably.
I'm not even giving Abel and Tait. Then
I would.
I'm not. Nope. Not doing it.
I would. 18-year-old catcher for a guy right now that is one of the best relievers in baseball.
I do love him. But
I'm doing that in a heartbeat. So that's just kind of the aggressive mindset that Dave Dombrowski has right now. And again, Jason Stark doesn't just speculate.
right.
It may not end up happening.
Sure.
But that's the conversations that are being had right now. Let's get a text message at 610-632-0975. Then we'll get to this Jalen Carter thing because we have a lot of NFL stuff to get to in the 8 o'clock hour. But who are the Phillies in the second half, and how aggressive, if anything, do you want them to be come trade deadline time? That's been the majority of the talking points today. What do we got, Connor?
Joe the Cynic checks in, said, wasn't very optimistic Dombrowski would make any substantial moves, and with many teams in the mix, those bubble teams might go heavy to upgrade, jacking up the asking prices. I think this is your Phillies lineup with an added arm to the pen.
Now, I just wonder if, because we talk to Joe all the time, does Stark's reporting do anything for him? We always talk about like the top reporters that it's like, if this guy says it,
if
I
Jason
buy it.
says it, yeah.
But if Jason Stark's saying it, I buy it.
Oh, I believe that he's out there doing it. I've heard from enough people now, and when Stark says it, I'm totally on board. But I've heard from enough people. I'm buying into that they're being aggressive.
Right.
But I just don't believe that these. I believe right now if when I'm hearing the Philly us speculating of go get this player, go get that player. And then in the local markets where these guys play, their beat writers are not saying these guys are available. They're not even talking about them being available. Those guys know their teams very, very well. They'd be writing columns going, well, we expect this guy to go in the next 10 days. They're not even writing that.
Right.
That tells me that we're making stuff up at this point. Wishful thinking on these rosters. Like Jason's saying, he doesn't expect these guys to go.
Okay. All right, some football stuff to get into in the 8 o'clock hour. First and foremost, T.J. Watt. Could the Eagles trade for him? There was no way I thought the Steelers were going to not pay him. He's too talented, and that football team. I don't know why they're going all in with Aaron Rodgers, but that team's going all in. Why would they not keep their best defensive player? T.J. Watt, 3 years, $123 million extension. 108 of which is fully guaranteed at signing, $41 million per year average. It's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
I'd love
John.
that wire transfer.
Wouldn't
you love that? We enjoy payday. And when payday comes, it's like,
Payday's
look,
nice.
check. Look, I just checked. The check cleared. It's in there. It's in the account on payday. And it's like, man, can you imagine that wire transfer? Here's the only thing is, though, how does this impact us?
Well, Jalen Carter probably smiled yesterday.
Jalen Carter, man.
Oh, you mean to tell me that 30-year-old who's still playing at a very high level, that 30-year-old edge rusher but wreaks havoc on quarterbacks is getting paid that much money over just a 3-year span? Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching.
And the next guy up to be the highest paid player defensively is in Dallas.
Micah Parsons, yeah.
And so Micah Parsons is getting played before Jalen Carter.
Yeah. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
And look, it's not going to be a negotiation with the Eagles. The Eagles are going to extend Jalen Carter as soon as they can. I would think it's almost the first day possible, which will be next off season. The first day they can, they're going to
paperwork will be drawn up and it's here, sign it.
Because they're going to pay him early. and make sure that they do this is what they do and spread it out and make sure that money's spread out. But then I started to look at all the other players that they're going to have to pay.
Yeah.
Man, it's a lot. So there's gonna be as much studying accounting as we are studying this roster.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's why they're going to have to keep on hitting on their draft picks and stuff, which
big time.
They
Gotta
have
cheap
been
talent
over the last couple of years.
And they're also going to have to. There's no way that the Eagles aren't going to have to part with some veteran talent earlier than we want.
We just saw it with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, right?
And we're gonna,
there's going to be hard decisions that are going to be made.
We're gonna go. Oh no, they're getting rid of that guy. We don't want them to, but they're going to have to.
Yeah, it's almost like you're going to have to understand it.
Yep.
Without understanding the math, we're going to just have to understand it, that Howie's got something in the works. By the way, J.J. Watt, brother of T.J. Watt, older brother.
What are you laughing at?
So NFL on CBS puts out a post yesterday. Sometimes being the younger pays off. The younger brother pays off. T.J. Watt, this extension, just the 3-year extension, $123 million. J.J. Watt over 12 years, $129 million.
Oh my gosh, I didn't realize that.
One of the best players in NFL history. 12 years, $129.7 million. This 3-year extension for TJ Watt, $123 million. JJ Watt quote tweeted it and said, "I swear, if this guy even lets me begin to reach for my wallet at dinner."
That's the truth.
Like, seriously. Oh, man.
For the rest of your life.
He's making as much money over a 3-year span than your 12-year career.
That's Hall of Fame, older brother, 12-year career.
And
by
the way, older brother. Not like father, not like it's been 30. Like, J.J. Watt was in the league, 4 years ago? When did he retire?
3 years ago, maybe.
I think it was 4.
Didn't he play for the
Who did he? Yeah, he played for the Cardinals.
He played for the Cardinals.
Cardinals was the end. Cardinals in 21?
Was that?
I thought 20 was the last.
2022.
What?
Yeah,
So
he played later.
It's only been 3 years removed since he's been out of the league. Like, that's crazy, man. But TJ Watt's been.
He's a beast.
He's been the better player. Like, he's been the better player.
He's the better player.
But J.J. Watt had such a great career, and yet look at the money.
Oh, easy on better player. I haven't seen TJ catch a touchdown anytime.
He's the better player.
That's a good point.
Let's see him play offense.
All right, coming up next, we have today's headlines with the legend of Rancocas Valley.
A lot of legend of Rancocas Valley.
Connor Thomas. That comes your way next. And at the bottom of the hour, you mentioned Micah Parsons and his contract. We have like an awesome NFL audio segment that I'm kind of geeking out over.
You are a goober on this one. You sound like me.
It all kind of involves the Eagles in one way or another. And I just can't wait to get to it. But we got headlines first, which I'm also excited for, Connor.
You were wild this morning with the show sheet.
I am, dude, I cooked today.
You did cook. You did.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We want to hear from you. So text us at 610-632-0975.
Studio.
Now, back to the show.
8:12 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic. It's been a fun show, talking a lot of Phillies, but we got some nice Eagles and NFL stuff to get into toward the bottom of the hour. Pays off sometimes listening to ESPN overnight because you start hearing clips from all over the country. And there's something Chargers related that I can spin to the Eagles, something Cowboys related that shows you why they have been irrelevant and the Eagles have been relevant, and then something about the Commanders that I kind of scoff at.
Can't stand the commodes.
That comes your way at the bottom of the hour, but it is time now on this Friday morning for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Rancocas Valley Great?
All right, it's brought to us by everywhere great Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. Do you guys see what went on at the Coldplay concert?
I think everybody saw what went on at the Coldplay concert, and I'm so excited to talk about it.
Okay, well, lay out why you are, because the CEO of Astronomer, which is a company I've never heard of and a person I've never seen before, apparently got caught on the Jumbotron with somebody he wasn't supposed to be with.
Yeah, he was cheating with her.
So, your guys' thoughts?
Yeah.
No, this was all-time content on social media yesterday. The CEO was caught with the head of HR that he promoted recently.
Yes.
He is not married to this woman. He has a wife with multiple kids. Also in the footage at a Coldplay concert, which, by the way, the singer of Coldplay, they're doing a kiss cam.
Yes.
And this is how they get exposed. They're doing a kiss cam, and they showed the two of them, and they quickly go, oh, the guy drops. He tries to hide.
And then the girl
woman turns around. And the guy from Coldplay goes, wow, they're either really shy or they're having an affair.
And
Bam,
that was it.
They're having an affair. And then there's a woman that's laughing because I think she's uncomfortable, who also works for the company. So she clearly
Who recently got promoted last week.
Also promoted, probably a hush-hush, let's promote you.
Yeah, let's do that.
This is such a reality TV dirty water thing. I feel horrible for the wife that is being cheated on. I feel horrible for the kids that now this is so public, right? Like, remember the Brady Giselle stuff? Mm-hmm. And Brady didn't realize that this could impact his kids?
Brady went on that. He did a stupid roast and not realizing that the mother of his children was going to be the one that got roasted too, which was just sheer stupidity on Tom's part.
You're dumb for doing it. This guy. We were just talking about this with Haley during the break. Simple answer is just don't cheat. If your relationship is ending, end the relationship.
Just don't cheat.
Then move on.
It's not that hard.
But to Haley's point, if you're going to cheat, which nobody should, why would you go somewhere public like that?
Yeah.
And it's not like they weren't in the act, but they were like in the act. They were holding each other. They were lovey-dovey.
And this guy was reportedly trying to deny that he was in doing any of this kind of philandering behind the scenes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Isn't that great? Yep.
Yeah. You
Enjoy
were caught
yourself,
red-handed,
dude.
and I'm glad that you're going to have to deal with a lot of consequences. You're going to lose a lot of money in this lawsuit because you couldn't keep it in your drawers.
Yeah, it's 2025. You're going to get caught.
Yeah.
There's too many cameras.
Well, that's too blatant. That's way too blatant. That's blatant just disrespect on your spouse.
And then the delayed drop.
That was great.
Oh, it's fantastic. I just feel horrible for the wife because that's obviously going to suck. And, anyways, what else we got?
So that took over the internet. Something else that's taking over right now in the sports world with baseball not having played yet this week, the Open Championship over there at Royal Ports Rush or whatever it's called. I'm not so up on it as much this year.
Mr. Golf.
But, all right. So the important thing that I know is that it's windy for the Open Championship. And it was very windy when our guy Scotty Scheffler, who we talked about earlier this week, hit this approach shot into a green. Take a listen to the TV broadcast.
This is a great view of it here because so far above the green, downwind you can get onto this green, but Scheffler... What are you laughing about? There's so much to say about that shot. The sound off the club face.
Yeah.
I missed this.
Yes. Oh yeah. That's and that. By the way, people were trying to say, it was somebody was moving somebody was moving something.
Somebody was moving squat.
Now, apparently it was a fan. It doesn't sound like it was Scheffler. It sounds like it was a fan that was
Or
picked
it
up
could have
on
been
the
one of the
mic.
announcers.
It was not one of the announcers.
I think it was somebody very close to a mic, Connor. I think it was the person, one of the sideline people with the microphone. I don't believe it's a fan. That was too close to a mic. I don't believe it's Scheffler.
Question.
Scheffler wasn't mic'd up.
I don't think it was Scheffler. I don't think it was the announcers. That's what I'll say.
I say it's a mic.
So you believe it's a fan. Do you believe the fan purposely did it?
No.
Have you ever seen the videos of the supermarkets where people grab the announcement
the phone and they
rip one in the announcement?
By the way, the Exton Walmart. I was in the Exton Walmart. And someone
happened?
did that within the past week.
That's hilarious.
And
I'm sorry,
someone
farts
did
are
it.
funny.
I love it.
Farts are funny.
Farts always play.
I don't care.
That's it. Look, there's nothing, and there's nothing that people were like, oh my gosh, that is so rude. And like, little kid was like with his mother, and she was like, literally wanted to do the cover the ears thing. I'm like, are you kidding me? The
Farts
kid,
are funny.
The kid would be laughing.
The farts, like I anytime Coop farts, I laugh.
Yeah,
and we have like it's funny.
It's okay.
Listen, it's windy at the
Toots.
Open Championship.
Damn right it is.
You want to hear some behind-the-scenes producer stuff real quick?
What do we got?
We'll just round out with
Well,
this.
we know you make those sounds.
When you went to replay the Dave Dombrowski audio from earlier, I was editing that a little bit just finally, and I was right on the fart sound, and I almost accidentally played that. So it would have been, take a listen to Dave Dombrowski fart sound.
That would have been great.
That would have been good.
You never know how close we come to bad things going out over the air.
By the way, that was a good shot by Scheffler, right?
Yeah, it was right there.
Not that he cared, because
all right, that's not the point.
You know, what's
just enjoy the fart.
What's the point of being so good at golf and making millions of dollars? What is it all?
Enjoy.
What does it all matter?
The fart.
By the way,
Pompous
though,
ass.
is I have no problem enjoying watching Scotty Scheffler play golf. He's just.
He's incredible.
He's absolutely
Doesn't
incredible.
mean I have to like him.
He's
All right,
incredible.
Coming up next. So I'm so excited for this because it's just so funny how we can talk about these teams and narratives. So we have audio to go through and react next segment. 2 NFC East rivals are included. One is about this confidence about the Commanders. One is about how the Cowboys believe there's a strategy that they think is right despite them being irrelevant forever. And something that surrounds Jalen Hurts, a bogus narrative. And it's something that another top 10 quarterback is missing. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The All-Star break's over. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are back in action tonight against the Los Angeles Angels at Citizens Bank Park. Their break for the week is done, and Jesus Luzardo will get back on the mound tonight at 6:45 p.m. As of now, Angels have not named a starter for any game of the series, so we'll keep you updated when they do. The Phillies start the second half in first place in the NL East, but only by a half game. So there's been up and down type of reaction to the first half of the season for the Phillies. Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday. Talked about, well, that might not be the perception around baseball.
I had a GM one team say to me, we want no parts staff. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So clearly there are teams out there that are afraid of the Phillies, but everyone knows they need to improve. We'll see what they do ahead of the trade deadline. We'll see if that half-game lead in the division holds over the remainder of the regular season. Sixers play the Nets tonight, 6 p.m. in their final Summer League game. Next up after that will be training camp for them. And speaking of training camp, Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. It's almost football season. This update is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz Dream Days are back with offers on vehicles like the 2025 E-Class CLE Coupe, C-Class, and EQE Sedan. Hurry in now through July 31st. Learn more at mbusa.com/dream. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
7-5, the Fanatic. Real quick before we get to this NFL audio, I have a new addition to the house, Connor.
Oh, okay. What you got?
So, as you guys know, I got my door from Window Nation. Thanks to John Kincade helping me out with that one.
Beautiful door.
And I painted
beautiful door.
It's a black door. I repainted the shutters black last summer, but I didn't have the lights to go along with it. I've had these like gaudy bronze-looking lights, which stand out when you have a black door, black shutters, right? Randomly last year, right? About last year.
It was random last year. It was like late summer.
John goes, hey, we're exchanging our lights outside of the house. Do you want some? Such a random question to ask.
It's odd.
Like weird.
But you don't want to throw out lights like that because someone who owns a home might use them.
And I go, wait, you know what? I actually really do need those. Now, years gone by, I finally got them on yesterday because I needed it professionally done because I got these rocks that, like, my neighbor tried doing it on his own.
Stone.
And he ripped the stones off.
It's stone.
So I was like, I'm calling it. I'm not trying to. My wife would kill me, and I'm just not trying to deal with that. But how funny is it that John just randomly goes, hey, you want some outdoor lights? And I go, well, actually, yes.
Yeah, it's crazy how that works. We almost had that too, you and I, with the couch thing. Now, it didn't end up working.
Connor needed a couch, and I was like, wait, I'm actually getting rid of a couch. You want it? But it didn't fit Connor's. It didn't fit Connor's.
It's too small of a couch.
We did this would be funny, and maybe the boss would chime in on this. We did a bit of this, which was really, really funny at my old radio station back in the day. We had a yard sale. We had a station yard sale.
That's actually kind of cool.
And we broadcast all day long from outside. And we had a station yard sale where the station had stuff.
Yeah.
And all of us as personalities brought stuff from our house. And we had a yard sale. And we literally
love that.
And we gave the money to charity.
I love that.
And it was funny as hell as the stuff but you were not allowed to know who brought the stuff.
Okay.
But like you were bringing, it was almost like we did like antique pickers where people came by and were like, okay, I'm looking to buy the candelabra.
Yeah.
Who brought the candelabra? That's got to be Kincade.
You got to try to figure it out.
And it was fun, and it was a really fun thing.
That.
We did it as a bit.
Me and Ricky, I filled in for afternoons a couple years ago, and Ricky and I gave away a signed Scott Kingery bat when he wasn't even on the Phillies anymore.
Oh, I love that.
It was just like, I asked our promotions director, Eric Simon, for the most obscure thing that we have. I was like, please, I just want the most obscure. Well, there's a signed Scott Kingery bat.
We had a yard sale. So if the boss would allow it, maybe one day we could do a yard sale
That'd be cool.
in the parking lot.
I got a lot of junk I got to get rid of anyway.
I think it'd be great.
All right, let's go through a couple of clips. I heard this driving in during the overnight on ESPN. And there's a couple things that they just catch my ear, and I go, all right, I can spin this Eagles. Now, two of them are NFC East rivals. We'll start with the Commanders one. Who was it? Did you?
Kevin Clark.
Kevin Clark. All right, Kevin Clark was on ESPN talking about the Commanders' edition of Von Miller, which we talked a little bit yesterday about. Obviously, the Eagles, no way we're going to sign him. Howie Roseman has made it very clear that anybody that has any sort of allegation or history of domestic violence, they're automatically off the board. Here was Kevin Clark talking about what this move means for the Commanders.
This is not Von Miller from 2016. It's not Von Miller from 2020. This is a Von Miller you're gonna have to have a plan for him. You have to manage it. But the reason I think it's important, Courtney, and the reason I think it's a good signing is that, as I said, 14% pressure rate, top 5. You turn him loose in the NFC divisional round. You wait and turn him loose in the NFC title game. That's where he's going to make his impact. He is not going to play 50 snaps and rush the passer a bunch in October. That's not why you make this signing.
So when he talks about the percentage of snaps, I totally agree. It's like Brandon Graham. They did that. That was the plan, and then BG ended up playing a lot because Bryce Huff was abysmal. But that was the plan. Like, let's have Brandon Graham 20% of the snaps, pass rush downs, big plays, big moments, all that kind of stuff. Commanders playing in the title game again?
Maybe.
No.
I don't
No. Capital N, no.
Step back this
Capital
year.
N, step back season, significant step back, and they will not. The last game, the Eagles it will mean nothing to the Eagles. Nothing. The Eagles will be able to put their feet up. So if you're picking your Eagles games and you're, you have season tickets and you're sharing them with people, don't pick the Commanders game.
I just don't, dude.
Telling you right now, it's going to mean nothing.
I don't see it with the Commanders. They're so old, and as I've said since last year. Credit to their GM and Josh Harris cutting the checks for batting 1,000, much like Howie did in 2017. Every offseason addition, draft pick, trade, free agent worked. That doesn't happen often.
No.
Yeah.
And they batted 1,000 last year. It's not going to happen again this year.
I agree with you guys. I just like asking you to make sure that you throw the point out there. They're not going to be in the NFC Championship.
No, they're not. And so when I hear Kevin Clark say this move is for the NFC title game, I go, what NFC title game?
That's ridiculous.
That was
I'm telling you
my
right now.
immediate reaction driving in the car this morning. Now, here's another fun one. Jerry Jones.
Yeah.
We're now waiting for Micah Parsons to get paid. As you mentioned, John, TJ Watt gets his. Now we're waiting for Parsons. Then it'll be Jalen Carter. Take a listen to Jerry Jones on how he handles contracts.
I don't view it as urgent at all. And, some say, using the basis that the earlier you get something done, the cheaper. Well, the earlier you get something done, a lot of times the more mistakes you make. And you might want to see a few more cards played, not just with that particular negotiation, but with the whole team. And so I know I'm kind of being a little defensive here, but the idea that the only success is getting a contract done at an early time is incorrect. And I'd rather pay more and get it right than I had pay less and screw it up.
All right, let me ask you
something.
something.
He's ridiculous.
Let me ask you something. Do you guys need to see more out of Micah Parsons?
No. In fact, he's way ahead. Micah Parsons is way ahead of many all-time greats at this point in his career statistically. As much as you don't want to, maybe some of the Penn Staters in the audience want to, you don't want to give him credit because he's a Cowboy. Micah Parsons is having a marvelous career.
Yeah.
He's very good.
He's disappeared in some of the biggest games of his career, but we've got to point that out too. But Micah Parsons has done a fantastic job. He deserves to be paid.
I love this strategy for a guy like Jerry Jones, though, because this is a great idea if you're stupid. Right? If you can't evaluate talent, this is the way that you probably should do it. The problem is you won't keep up with a guy like Howie Roseman doing it that way.
Like, I get that there are some guys you might be on the fence about, but the Micah Parsons is a no-brainer. I'd rather pay more because I know I'm right. Well, you should know that he's already good and not pay more.
You know what's weird though is here's where I got a real problem with it. Is if you look at the Dallas Cowboys and you look at Stephen Jones,
yes,
who has run their drafting and everything like that for the Cowboys. The Cowboys have drafted better than the Eagles,
yes,
except for like the most recent real hot streak. If you go 10 years, the Cowboys have drafted better. Why not trust the people that you drafted these guys and they've already been great at the NFL level?
Because it's Jarrah.
Why don't you trust them?
Because he's not listening to them. He'll let them draft, but when it comes to all this money, he's going to make that call, and he's a moron.
And the thing is, he has the most valuable franchise in all of pro sports.
Yeah.
He has the, it's honestly dropping a bucket to him. Like, I don't get it. I really don't get it, and it makes no sense to me.
It's great for us. And how
we should hope for great health.
There's a reason why they have cap issues. Like there is a legitimate reason why that and this is part of the problem.
Well, they overpaid for Dak. They overpaid for.
Well, they did the tag. They tagged Dak twice.
Right. I mean, they're overpaying, and they're going to overpay for Micah Parsons, and that's what's going to happen.
Well, I don't know how much is an overpay for Micah Parsons.
But no, they've overpaid because if they paid
him earlier, they're setting the market for the next team. Instead, the market's been set for them
twice. Multiple times.
Like, that's hysterical to me. So coming up next, we have a question about the Cowboys. Because remember, a little over a month ago, I read the first article of the look out, Cowboys are a team people are sleeping on. And then Jordan Renan went on the Mike Missanelli show, kind of said the same thing, like look out for the Cowboys.
Guess what?
You say not so fast. Also, a bogus narrative that surrounds Jalen Hurts and many quarterbacks gets shut down by a clip from a head coach that hopes he has the same problem about defending some bogus narrative. It's Kincade Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The summer's here, and you know what that means. Engagement season. But remember, don't force it.
Don't tell your significant other.
YouTube chat during the break. Your buddy Chris Miller. You guys are big fans of each other.
What's up, Chris?
Commanders did the same thing the Eagles did in 2017 with Wentz on second year. Got vets like Chris Long, Alshon Jeffrey, etc. Commanders have Von Miller, Debo Samuel, Laramie Tunsil. But, the Eagles know it all on this station. Then he put some weird emoji on there.
So he believes the command. Wait. So he believes the Commanders are going to be really good?
I guess.
Okay, Chris, here it is. You name the price for charity or whatever, and I'll make the wager. So you name it, I'm ready.
And again,
I'm ready. So I mean, it's look, a lot of chatter, and there's a lot of things like let's do it. Let's do it. We can do it for charity. Look, Chris loves the Borough. I love the Borough.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he can pick his favorite restaurant in the Borough. I can pick my favorite restaurant in the Borough. It's hard to choose, and we can make a little wager.
Sounds
I'll
good.
gladly look. I'm not like now. No, look, Mike and Bill. We already have had the day after the schedule came out. Mike Missanelli and Bill already told you that the Commanders are going to win the division. I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you right now, it's not going to be close. So I'm all up for it. And I know Chris likes to hit those spots in the Borough, so it's great.
And again, the 2017 Eagles comparison I've made. What happened the next year?
He's saying this is the 2017 year.
All right,
and
no,
last
it's
year was
not.
the
I would,
2016.
I would say that last year was the 2017
last
year.
year was the
that ended in an
2017.
NFC
Oh, right. We all know he's wrong. He just doesn't know he's
Because
wrong.
it was 7-9. First of all, the Commanders were the Eagles were 7-9 in the year leading up to that, and they had the rookie quarterback with the team out of nowhere, and they sort of puttered out. They fell. Remember, they're 3-0. So if you look at it that way, they were 7-6.
I don't think they're going to recreate what they did last year.
But I'll be glad to because Chris it looks like a gaming man.
All right.
So look, I'm willing to talk. I'm willing to run my mouth. I'm sure Chris is too. We like a lot of the same places, I'm sure.
All right.
So let's do it.
Set something up.
Let's do it.
All right. Real quick before we get back to this Cowboys thing. So driving in, I heard the Commanders clip that I wanted to talk about, the Cowboys clip that I wanted to talk about. We're going to go AFC here. But it's just so perfect. So people, when they try to diminish what Jalen Hurts has accomplished, what's one of the biggest things that they bring up?
That he has such an amazing cast around him.
That's what it always seems to be.
Oh, it always is. Because all these other quarterbacks never did.
And if you remember, Jalen Hurts came in at number 9 in the coaches and executives scout poll behind Justin Herbert.
Which is truly incredible. Which is just incredible.
And
based on nothing.
Here was his head coach, Jim Harbaugh, talking about what the Chargers are trying to accomplish from now until the start of the regular season.
I say that's top of mind is Justin Herbert, getting him the weapons and protecting him. Same thing I told you all. I think Justin's biggest weakness is those around him that he's counting on offense. Us coaches and playmakers and players on offense. We got to get to.
Now, first and foremost, wild.
His biggest weakness is
that he said that.
His biggest weakness is the people around him. That's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. So he's throwing all those interceptions in clutch games because of the people around him.
Now,
go watch the highlight. No, I'm serious.
Mm-hmm.
Go watch the highlights of that horrendous game. But you may have forgotten
just how bad it was.
He's not throwing the interceptions because, oh my gosh, he's completely under duress and he throws a ball because it's not that case. It's not. That is absolute fiction from Jim Harbaugh. He's trying to build up his quarterback. And by the way, Jim Harbaugh's I think he is a great coach. I don't use good coach. I think he is a great football coach.
Now, I'm
not
say this,
ripping him for doing it.
I don't disagree. Like that they are lacking in skill, position, talent. Like that is true. But the narrative that Jalen Hurts is only good because of the players around him, and Justin Herbert just has not had the success because of the players around him. It's funny how that works depending on where you fall in the argument. Oh, Jalen Hurts is only winning Super Bowls because of the talent around him. But man, if Justin Herbert had more talent around him, he'd win.
It's truly absurd that he's coming with that. But I understand it.
No, I understand him. I'm talking about the people that try, like the national media people, fans of other teams that go, man, if Jalen didn't have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Saquon Barkley, but then we try to say Justin Herbert would be better with the talent around. Like,
I think the offensive, but the thing is, though, what's really weird is I honestly think the offensive line is even more. That like the fact that they talk about A.J. Brown and all that stuff before they talk about the offensive line. I think the offensive line is the straw that stirs the drink even more. The fact that he has that. And I think Harbaugh is smart enough to build that offensive line. I think he is a brilliant coach.
Mm-hmm. I know you do. And, I think so too. It's just, I just find it comical that the narrative can change depending on what side you fall on.
No question it can.
All right, you're not worried about the Cowboys at all.
No, I'm not. Let's put it this way. I'm not worried about the Cowboys winning the NFC East.
I agree with you. Yeah.
So how about that? That's it. But it is a narrative that I keep hearing. Well, the Cowboys finished 7-10 last year. But remember, Dak Prescott was out injured. I've heard it over and over again, and I did hear it a little bit from Jordan Renan and others. Well, remember, Dallas was 7-10, but Dak was injured, so they were 7-10. Do you know what, Connor? Do you know what Dallas was before Dak was injured?
No, I don't know. 2-2,
3-5.
3-5. I forget when he even went hurt.
They were 3-5 when he went out for the season, and when they were 3-5. And in the 8 games that he played, he had 8 interceptions. Jalen Hurts had 5 interceptions in 15 starts. 5. Dak had 8 interceptions in 8 starts, and his team was 3-5. So when you keep hearing from people going, well, remember last year Dallas was 7-10, but Dak was injured. They were 3-5 before Dak was injured, which translates out pretty much. They were the same team after Dak was hurt that they were before. They went 2-5 without him. They went 3-5 with him. So don't make it out to be like, well, with Dak, if they had Dak, they would have been, the whole season's turned on its ear. Nope. Dak was still a turnover machine, much like with the Los Angeles Chargers.
Now, and they also have a new head coach, brand new head coach, and Brian Schottenheimer.
Married the same day I was at the same resort.
That's kind of crazy.
Weird.
I think the Cowboys will be better than last year.
I think so too.
But
so do I.
Remember last year I told you that the Eagles would win the NFC East with ease?
Yep.
I kind of have the same feeling this year, man.
Do you, right now, if I said to you, Cowboys, Commanders, in second place.
I lean Cowboys, if I'm being honest with you guys.
I think I'm leaning Cowboys too.
I
go Commanders.
I think this division, not the NFC North, where there was 14 wins, 13,
Absolutely.
or 15, 14, and how many? How many do the Packers have?
And 13 maybe, 15, 14, 13. I don't
think
even
it's
know.
like 12 for the Eagles,
11,
12 and 10 and 9, something like that. Like, I think the NFC East may be one of the more winning divisions this year, but not like to the extent of what the North had last year, because that was crazy last season for the NFC North. It's kind of the feel that I have coming into this year, but the Eagles will still be far and away the better team in that division.
I just think there are a lot of Eagles fans right now that are building the narrative that Dallas stinks. They don't stink.
No, right? I think they have like 8-9, 9-8 written all over them.
They're an okay football team.
And I think that the Commode's probably just about a little bit better. A little bit better.
Sure. All right, coming up next, we're going to reset our topics because obviously a lot of Phillies today, but we've done a lot of football this hour. Coming up at 9:10, Kevin Nagandi. 9:25, Matt Groork. Great story. Another great story interview today. But not only do we have Phillies talk to get into next, we have a little bit of an update on the Sixers saga. Because there was the story on ESPN.com and a lot of speculation online.
And people were really so even-keeled and mature about it yesterday. Unbelievable.
A player came to his own defense yesterday. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Welcome back, baseball. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies are back in action tonight as they start a series against the Los Angeles Angels at Citizens Bank Park. The Phils will send Jesus Luzardo to the mound. 6:45 p.m. first pitch against the Angels in the first series back from the All-Star break. And we will see if the Phillies can continue what they did pre-All-Star break. They head into the second half with a half-game lead in division. So can they keep that? We'll keep an eye out as far as that's concerned. Still no starter named for the Angels, by the way. I was just checking that. Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday, and he talked about the perspective, at least in the National League, on what type of team this Phillies team is.
You know, I had a GM of one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
So certainly strengths, but also stuff to work on. It will be an intriguing rest of the year for the Titans. The Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m. in their final Summer League game. Next up after that will be training camp. Speaking of training camp, the Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. This update is brought to you by Moyer & Sons. Summer's heating up. Call Moyer Indoor Outdoor for expert pest control and lawn care. Moyer, trusted service, year-round solutions. Visit eMoyer.com today. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid, so why should you have to
West.
Look, Chris, I know Chris. Chris is not going to run his mouth and not back it up. He's not going to do that.
Oh.
If he's that confident, if he's that cocky, which by the way, I am.
Yes, you are.
So I'm telling you right now, he'll back it up.
That confidence, by the way, in case you're just tuning in, is that the Commanders take a step back this season. After we heard a clip driving in this morning on the overnight, Kevin Clark of ESPN saying that the signing of Von Miller is not for October, but it's for the NFC title game. And our reaction was, wait, is he going to be watching from his couch?
Yeah, seriously.
What team is he going to get traded mid-season?
He's going to pull a muscle on the couch?
What's happening? Because I don't.
Is he going to charge his teammates to come over to the party?
That is a possibility, and then he'll fart all over him because Von Miller
does too.
Yo, farts are funny. Let's leave the fart thing alone.
All right, Phillies have been a big topic of conversation as they resume action today. 6:45 first pitch against the Angels. And we believe that the unofficial second half will be much more enjoyable. Caveat, as long as they make moves at the deadline. Jason Stark yesterday, the Mike Missanelli show, made it very clear that they are going to be aggressive. Can you play the GM clip? I think it's cut 4. I forget which one. There is a clip that Jason Stark yesterday got me all fired up. Because I know the narrative of this Phillies team. And I think they've earned the narrative. They've kind of done this to themselves, people not believing in them. But whenever we do power rankings, baseball, we do it very infrequently because it's such a long season. We just check in every once in a while. There's always the Phillies are always top 10, and they're always written about in a positive way. Hey, there's struggles, but look at this lineup, look at this rotation, blah, blah, blah. Jason Stark told Mike Missanelli yesterday about a conversation that he had with a GM of a contending National League team. Take a listen to what he had to say.
When the Phillies are in first place at the break, they almost always win. Not like it happens every year around here, but they're actually in good position, despite what you might think. And other teams look at them as a team they don't want to play. You know, I had a GM, one team say to me, we want no parts of them. They're the one team we've played all year where when we finished, we said they have a better starting pitcher than us every single game. You don't feel like you're going to win. But he also said they've got to fix their bullpen.
And the bullpen, we know that. You don't have to be a GM of a baseball team.
That one was a big dump.
Right, you don't have to be a GM of a baseball team to say, man, that Phillies team needs to fix the bullpen.
But he doesn't say they need to fix their lineup.
Yeah.
Well, I can't believe it. I don't know how anybody can look at this lineup and say 18th in home runs for your 4th highest payroll in baseball and all this underachieving going on with power. Yeah. You need to fix the lineup.
It needs to be fixed. I can't sit here with confidence.
You got to fix this lineup big time.
And it could be one player, but you need to get something from the right side, which they desperately need. And I don't believe there's a resurgence for Max Kepler. I don't believe Alec Bohm will all of a sudden find the power stroke. I believe he'll start hitting his doubles, which is pretty good. I don't think Real Muto is all of a sudden going to hit 15 home runs. They're lacking power, and that's going to need to change. You're listening to 97.5, The Fanatic, WPEN, WPN, HD1, Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Give us a text message, Connor, on the Phillies. And then somebody has chimed in about the Sixers drama and the story that took place yesterday on ESPN.com, or 2 days ago. We reacted to it yesterday. What do we got on the text line?
Jeff from Cherry Hill says, sell the farm. Get it done this year. How much longer are we going to have this core of players, and how much longer will they be in their prime? World Series or bust?
That's where I'm at, man. World Series or bust. And I know what you're saying, Connor, or John, that then you don't want to hear me complain about a potential drought.
So that's it. Because all I've heard and it's mostly from people of your generation, the kids who grew up with the great Phillies baseball, which was an awesome, the run, the Howard, the Utley, the Ruiz, and all that you went through. Oh, I had to go through 10 years of garbage after that because of what Ruben Amaro did and what they did to the organization. Okay, don't do it again. Don't do it again.
All right,
we did it. Don't do it again. This team isn't an all-in team. This isn't.
This rotation is an all-in rotation.
But this team is not team.
That's why you add to the team.
No. Because if you get another, I don't want to hear all of you because I know it'll be, Oh, my God. What did we do? Oh, how did they trade away all our prospects? Now we have no prospects. Oh, my gosh. No, we're not doing it. Don't do it. Some of them? Sure. Yeah. Not all of them.
That's a random movie
Don't do
reference that you've never seen.
What?
The Untouchables.
No,
Robert De Niro's Al Capone. Team. It's very random. All right.
That's really random.
Very random.
I saw the movie.
That's
twice.
right.
I think I saw it twice.
That's my brain is very weird. All right. So yesterday, as you guys know, we reacted to the Joel Embiid story a lot. It was the majority of the show yesterday. It was the majority of the day here on The Fanatic. I know Mikey Miss talked about it. I know Bill and Andrew DeCecco talked about it because Andrew was in for Ricky. And so, obviously, it was also all over social media. All over. And it got to a point where a player that plays for the Sixers took exception with a rumor. So yesterday, when we were doing the show, if you guys remember, I brought up, why do people keep on saying it's Eric Gordon? Like, why is everyone saying that Eric Gordon is the guy that leaked the team meeting in November when they were 2-11? Tyrese Maxey called out Joel Embiid. We've all agreed that stuff shouldn't get out, but remember, I told you I didn't really hate it because maybe Joel Embiid needed that kick in the ass. But for whatever reason, like, everybody went to Eric Gordon immediately.
Because that was the rumor. That's the name that he'd grown attached. That was the name.
But why?
Because I explained it to you, is that how it was explained to me was he's a guy who has been known to be a conduit of information from locker rooms to NBA insiders.
Okay.
So that's why his name kept getting attached.
Okay. So there's a guy, I'm not even going to say his name. He's one of these social media accounts that I just straight up block because it's one of these I'm going to put out hearing that, and it's like, you're not hearing you know what. Like,
how many followers does he have?
Oh, 25,000 followers. People buy into stupid stuff on Twitter.
Okay.
And they think that he's an insider, and he's not. And so this guy tweets out, by the way, Eric Gordon was the snitch that leaked stuff that took place inside the Sixers locker room.
Okay.
He also sucks at basketball and shouldn't have a roster spot. Why is he on our team? And he tagged Daryl Morey.
Okay.
And, of course, everybody's like, yeah, tell him.
Okay.
So this guy, somebody then responds, are you sure it's Eric Gordon? How do we know? Because they're like, we don't know. I understand why people may assume that to the research that you've done.
And people have said it. I said I have no information to it, but that's what it was laid out to me that Eric Gordon was the guy who was suspected of it because he's sort of a conduit of information to insiders.
Well, Eric Gordon said enough is enough. He chimed in on social media.
Okay.
Dude's talking stupid bleep. I'm going on year 18. That ain't my rep. Get your facts straight.
Really? Well, people will know. People in the know.
People in the know believe that they can
get information out of him. Yes. That information can be gotten out of him. So the
question is, do you go on Twitter to try to, I don't know, remove the scent?
Yeah, just to the faux outrage?
Yeah, like I'm trying to figure out.
It's the faux outrage. Yeah, it's the faux outrage. I think that's what it is.
Unless he actually didn't do it.
No, he may not have done it. As they said, we don't know that he did it.
And so then he's trying to defend himself, which I don't blame him for.
He could be, but the thing is,
I respect it.
Here's what I would respect. Just ignore it. It's like ignore the nonsense.
Yeah, but at some point, if your name is being drugged through the mud, because remember, this rumor or this belief that it was Eric Gordon started when it came out in November. So we're almost a year removed, and people are still dragging his name through this story. And maybe he said enough is enough. Let me just set the record straight.
I'm going to give you one for example.
Okay.
One of our fine listeners, Ron, sends an email to me. And sends an email today, and he goes, about being dragged through the mud. He goes, John, it's as if people didn't even listen to the show yesterday, and they just went off of that clip on social media. It's interesting, though. You brought up earlier in the show all the faceless people who were attacking, saying nasty things, and doing all what, well, I can't say that, on social media yesterday. He said, I went through And I compiled 7 of them, the top 7. And amongst them, they didn't have 2,000 followers. There is a common thread. Yes. They're miserable people. And that's why I said, Ron, I appreciate you like having my back. Joe the Cynic.
Yeah.
Slippin' Benny was like, did anybody even listen to the show? John supported him in his thing. John showed sympathy for him and his brother. John showed sympathy. Did you listen to the show? Or did you just listen to a clip and go, oh my gosh, I'm outraged? And it's like, no. And he goes, this guy's here. He goes, you have like 2,000 followers amongst 7 people. He goes, and they're all faceless. He goes, no, they're just miserable people. And I said to Ron, I'm like, thank you, and I appreciate it, but I didn't feel the need to do that yesterday. So I don't ever feel the need to do that on my part. If it was, and I said, and there were many people that reached out that had conversations with me, positive and negative, yesterday, on email, and I emailed them back, and we talked and had a little.
Well, and I told you the poll, Unfiltered ran a poll yesterday about the Embiid article.
Right.
Whether or not you have more empathy for Joel Embiid, 53% said yes, but 47% said no.
And I listened to a little bit of Unfiltered yesterday, and it was clear from the show that's not how they expected it to go. They did not expect that to be the reaction.
I didn't expect that to be the reaction
I didn't expect
either,
it to be either.
Seeing what people were saying to you on social media.
No, but the thing is, when you say people were.
Yeah, that's true.
The faceless people were.
That's a good point.
The people were not. But again, I thought it was going to be 60-40 against what I said.
Yeah, I got you.
And the thing is, it ends up being, but it's like still, it's crazy. You just don't worry, but I appreciate it.
Wild day yesterday. All right, coming up next, Kevin Nagandi, who looked dapper at the ESPYs the other day.
I want to know who his stylist is, because he's, man.
Well, you can ask the man next. He joins us to talk all things Philadelphia sports. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Do you feel unfulfilled? Do your afternoons feel like Groundhog Day because you keep hearing the same old tired takes? Good news. There is a solution to your afternoon drag.
Unfiltered with Ricky Bo and Bill Colarulo. One dose every weekday from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. will sharpen your mind, give you the knowledge you need, and add that boost of energy needed to make that drive home.
Just turn the dial. It's that easy.
Make the switch. Unfiltered. Weekdays at 2 p.m. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
You know, I'm sensing a trend here with that imaging. He played that when it was Shefty coming on yesterday, and now he's playing it when Kevin Nagandi's coming on. I think he wants the guests to hear that Connor is the voice of reason.
You think I'm going out of my way with all the stuff I got to do?
I just find it very suspicious.
To time those up.
Very suspicious.
I think Kevin sort of gets the vibe of all of us anyway, and Kevin and I have known each other a long time, and he's known you, and so it's like I think he sort of knows what he's dealing with.
Well, let's get to him on the Comcast.
Childish.
Old me and Connor, the voice of reason. Let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day, business a big day. Let Comcast Business help you get moving forward with what's next. From ESPN and Philadelphia's own Kevin Nagandi joins us. Kevin, good morning.
Good morning. Jonathan Kincade is a complicated man. And you could say the same thing for Joel Embiid.
Yes.
And I know that was the storyline over the last 24 hours with that fantastic article. Complicated people have complicated lives, and you can't just fit them in like your little
box
square peg.
Yeah, and the clothes horse Kevin Nagandi joins us. That was a discussion. That was it. By the way, okay, did Monica pick that outfit for you for the red carpet at the ESPYs?
You look sharp.
Because that was, I got to tell you, that is as sharp as I've ever seen you look.
Well, first off, I appreciate that, and I will take that compliment 100% towards my taste in fashion.
Are you kidding me? That was all you?
All me. I really like I like dressing up. I like looking at things. And Monica, my wife, basically gave up about 10 years ago. She's come to the point where she's like, I'm not going to say anything anymore. I won't tell you what to do. She's like, I'll give you hints on what I like and don't like. She's like, but you have figured it out. You know what you're doing. So what Monica will do is give me like, hey, take this risk. This is a good idea. So perfect example, we were in Italy in March. We were at a store. I had to go in. I had to go look at a whole bunch of things. And at one point she's like, you need to buy this. It was like a certain type of green suit. And I was like, are you sure? And she's like, you need to buy that. And I said, I'm not sure. And I tried it on. I was like, all right, I'm going to buy it. And then, I wore it a couple months ago, and I said, that was a great idea. So that's kind of how we are with fashion tastes. And she'll be like, you should do this. But she also, lays back. And when I put that outfit on before I went to L.A. last week, she was like, all right, number one, you shouldn't be going dateless. Number two, why am I not in L.A. with you? And I was like, so you like the outfit? She's like, absolutely. And she called me Andy Garcia, which she had to do.
That's awesome. Well,
it was a win.
You look good the other night, Kevin. You did a great job. Now, you bring up the Embiid article when he first come on. Fascinating. Our afternoon show, Unfiltered, with Bill Colarulo and Ricky Vitalico. Andrew Zacchecka was filling in for Ricky yesterday. Ran a poll on Twitter. Simple question. Based on the recent ESPN article, do you have more empathy for Joel Embiid? Do you know that only 53% of people said yes?
Wow.
I understand that there is Joel Embiid fatigue at this point. I totally get it, but I was shocked how close it was. Your thoughts on that?
You know what this is? This is nothing to do with Joel Embiid. I think this is the Philadelphia relationship with our superstars. Think about where we were on the back end of Allen Iverson's career in Philadelphia, not when he went to the Nuggets, but there was fatigue, right? But you can even go back. This is not like one generation. You can go back Donovan McNabb, where everybody was. Think about where everybody was with Mike Schmidt. The dude had to wear a wig because of his relationship with fans coming out to third base. There's a certain sense of expectation, disappointment, and when certain things are not met with our superstars, you hit a wall. And I do not think it has anything to do with Joel Embiid personally. I just think it's a relationship that sometimes us in Philadelphia have with these superstars and what we actually want, what we actually expect, and what we actually see with results.
Did you think there was
whether it's fair or not, completely a different story. Now you can add context, I think, individually with Joel and the history of the injuries and where we're at. But when you read that article, I don't think I don't think, and I heard John comment yesterday. We don't need to rehash them. If you want, we can. I do not think it was a PR puff piece. I do not think so. I think it was some details, and it was really a well done 10,000 word piece on understanding how complex this whole thing is. And there's not one person to blame. There's a lot of things that have failed in this entire, excuse the pun, process. And we're at this point now where frustration is long settled in now, and we don't want to give anybody the benefit of the doubt of the situation because we don't want to get burned as fans anymore.
Well, so one thing is that when the clip that you saw didn't bring in the fact is I feel great compassion over his brother. I feel great compassion over him getting knocked in the face and breaking his face and coming back and playing. I think anybody who questions his toughness is a fool. I have Joel Embiid's back on a lot of things. But one thing I didn't hear a lot of is accountability on his part in the piece. He brings up, they're still talking about all that stuff. They're still bringing up all that old stuff. And also, too, Kevin, the idea to me is that if it was, he goes on at great length about how he was this warrior to play in the Knicks series, but then he goes and plays in the Olympics when the Sixers did not want him playing in the Knicks series, in the Olympics. And then says that the Sixers somehow mishandled him health-wise last year. No, they didn't. His last summer should have been rest, rehab, and getting ready for the season instead of being in the Olympics. So there was no personal accountability about what he did to last year's Sixers season, and I took offense to that.
Oh, gotcha. So it's specifically how the approach was from right after the Knicks series and how he handled everything.
Yeah, that was more of that, yes. I
think, and that's classic. You know, John, it's the freaking media. That's classic. They clipped you and did not give you any context.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
Or any nuance.
Yeah, and it was our internal station media, but it was good though. It got a lot of traction.
Got a lot of traction.
Yeah. Here's the thing: accountability plays a huge role on both sides. And when one side, basically, they have a variety of different people, and those people have been fired or long since gone, it's hard to basically rehash and say it's that person's fault because that person's no longer there. The one consistent constant is Joel Embiid on the other side, right? I think the biggest failure that the Sixers had, which I was blown away in the article, was, you know, in his original injury, they had an intern, and you're like, what? I think the biggest failure in Joel Embiid's entire time in Philadelphia was in the beginning, while they went through the process, and everybody's like, hey, Sam Hinkie, yeah, this is a great thing. They never had a veteran around Joel to say, this is how you do it. This is how we see things. This is what we believe. So you build a foundation. Perfect example is if you bring up Charles Barkley through the years, Charles will always credit Moses Malone for basically saying, you're fat. And you're not going to be a great player if you're going to be at that weight. And there was no accountability, I think.
Yeah, they tried. Remember, they tried with Carl Landry, who's like, you know, NBA vet, but didn't work. And Elton Brand, second time around when he wasn't barely moving anymore. So, like, to your point, they never brought in, like, some sort of veteran where Joel could really sort of lean on.
And there was a lot of coddling. I think there was a lot of coddling with stars. You saw the coddling with Ben Simmons. There was a lot of, hey, you know, we made a mistake. We didn't realize it. And again, I know how this is coming across, that I am basically sticking up for Joel Embiid. What I'm saying is I'm understanding the context and the nuance throughout the whole process. To your point, John, okay, last summer, where was the communication? What we got out of that article, most importantly, is where is the trust? I don't see any trust. And then you saw the quote there about not trusting somebody that's on the team still potentially that leaked out the meeting. Like, there's still no established trust, and you're paying this guy as your franchise face, and no one's trusting anybody in the building. That's what concerns me more than anything else moving forward. You could talk about all the misgivings and the unfortunate mistakes throughout the process over the last 10 years. But we are in the now, and are we better off right now or not? Because does anybody trust anybody right now? And I don't know if anybody does moving forward, and that's my biggest concern. And that's why sometimes when I talk to you guys, and I always say, protect Tyrese Maxey. For me, it's the groundwork for the next 5 years of Tyrese Maxey being here, wanting to be happy, making sure you're doing everything right and you're communicating with him and he's being held accountable. Is Joel Embiid going to be comfortable here the next 3 to 4 years, hopefully, and can everybody trust everybody in this whole process? I just don't know if that – it didn't feel like any of that was resolved, and I don't know if we're going to have any resolution down the road in the next year or two.
Well, hopefully he's at least playing in October, and we don't have to hear the term ramp up anymore.
Yeah.
Kevin,
Thanks,
listen,
Kev.
man, we appreciate the time. We'll talk
Good
to you
job,
next
buddy.
week as we get closer to the MLB trade deadline. So a lot of fun Philly stuff we'll talk about next week. Thank you as always, Kevin.
Fellas, be good.
Take
There
care,
he is,
buddy.
Kevin Gandhi on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, we continue our Philadelphia local-themed day. We had Logan Dawson, 16th round pick of the Phillies, who went to Eastern High School earlier this morning. Kevin Gandhi just on, and coming up next, from tailgates to cooking for the people you tailgate for. Really cool story. We'll speak with Matt Groork coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The Phils are back in action. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Phillies back on the diamond tonight, taking on the Los Angeles Angels. The All-Star break comes to an end. They'll be at Citizens Bank Park. First pitch at 6:45 p.m. for the Fightins. Jesus Luzardo takes the ball first as they come back from the All-Star break. And the Phils start the second half in first place in the NL East by just a slim half-game margin, but still. Jason Stark joined the Mike Missanelli show yesterday and talked about how the Phillies are viewed by some of their peers.
When the Phillies are in first place at the break, they almost always win. Not like it happens every year around here, but they're actually in good position, despite what you might think. And other teams look at them as a team they don't want to play. You know, I had a GM of one team say to me, "We want no parts of them."
No parts of the Phillies? Well, yeah, that's what a GM had to say. And do you believe in that? Well, you can add to that if they do stuff at the trade deadline. But we'll see how the second half goes for the Fightins. Clearly, they do still have respect from around the league. Sixers play the Nets tonight at 6 p.m. in their final Summer League game. Next up after that will be training camp in a couple of months. Speaking of training camp, Eagles are just 5 days away from their first training camp practice. This update's brought to you by Rapid Radios. Their instant push-and-talk walkie-talkies with nationwide LTE coverage. For a limited time, get 60% off and free UPS shipping at rapidradios.com. Use code radio for an extra 5% off. I'm Connor Thomas, and you're listening to the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Hi, my name is Phil E.
round pick of the Philadelphia Phillies, Eastern High School. So local guy, and we figured why not keep it local, Johnny, and have some fun, because there's another really cool story that I've been following along for a couple of years now, because he's been cooking for some of our favorite players. And I've tried to learn about his story, but that's why I figured let's just get Matt on. So on the Comcast Business Hotline, every day in business, big day, let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. Our man Matt Groork joins us. Matt, good morning, man. How you doing?
What's up, Chunas? How's it going, brother?
It's going great. I'm so excited to have you on, because I've been following you on Instagram for some time now, trying to figure out how to cook, because Matt is a great cook.
And he does give some pointers.
You give pointers. I saw this man cook a steak inside a dishwasher. All right, like this. Like,
okay, that's weird.
And it looked fantastic. And I saw the finished product. Like, you're incredible, but your story's incredible because you kind of picked up cooking late, right? Like, can you sort of walk us through what led you to today?
Yeah, man. Well, first off, I appreciate you guys having me on. This is fun, man. We're 48 days away from go time, so
yeah.
I'm freaking jonesing, man. They're ready to get back out there in the parking lots, and honestly, that's where all this started. So it's a pretty solid segue. I grew up working in restaurants, from the time I was 16. I would start as a dishwasher at a place my sister was a waitress at, and eventually, started serving and waiting tables as, I had no better job to get some quick cash, God, did that all the way up into my early 30s, I'd leave school. I'm a full-time teacher, taught elementary, middle, high school. I'm in my 23rd year. And through that, shout out to all the teachers out there, because God knows none of us just teach. We have 2-3 other jobs, you know. And working in the restaurants and waiting tables was my way. 2003, my pops, Papa G, shout out, he gifted us, me and my brothers, with one of the best surprises ever, and that's Eagles season tickets back in 2003. Wow. The inaugural season at the Link, and, we experienced a lot of heartbreak there. Through the NFC championship runs that we had with Donovan and that team. But, man, did it grow something special, because we were out there tailgating every morning. We'd get my dad out of bed at 6 a.m. I kind of took over the grill while my brothers and my dad handled the logistics and the driving and kept us hydrated, and that's really where it was born. I got into grilling, cooking burgers and dogs turned into steaks and bacon wrapped scallops and pulled pork and all that kind of stuff for years. We did road trips every year. It was absolutely incredible. And then lo and behold, fast forward to my father-in-law dropping a smoker at my house about 8 years ago, and that was game over, man. Game over. I became obsessed.
People, in case people don't know, because I know you got a big following, but in case people don't know that are listening, so you're now doing culinary arts teaching at school, but you've been on Next Level Chef, which is a TV show, and you have your own book. And maybe the coolest thing of all, being that you're a Philadelphia sports fan, I know that you have cooked at Nick Castellanos' house.
Yeah, we've formed, a pretty good relationship over barbecue, and really, at the end of the day, what it's all about is that community. And I'll tell you, a couple years ago when Nick reached out for me to come cook, for the team, the thing that struck me so much, and this is, everyone can take this as they like, but man, this team is special and has been special for so long. But to spend a day that's your day off after a 12-day road trip and spend your day off together at one of their houses having a barbecue, is something I think is pretty special with this team. They want to hang out. They're all friends. And that's the biggest thing I took from it. But to be able to cook for Nick and Schwarbs and Stott and all those guys, and be able to kind of form a little bit of a relationship with them and come together around food, that's, to me, what food is all about. It's the most special thing about it. The videos are fun. Cooking for Gordon Ramsay was cool, but at the end of the day, it's what tailgates are all about, and that's why that's hands down my favorite thing about all this. And we're going to be bringing the heat this year, starting in September.
Now, was it because of the Philly connection that you get hooked up with Kelly and Mark too? I mean, seriously?
Yeah, so I have an absolutely incredible PR team with HarperCollins, who I have the book through, and my PR team there has been great. They set us up with the Today Show. They set us up with Kelly and Mark, and what's great, I mean, Kelly was all for it because, like you just said, our draft pick from Eastern High School, right? That's where
Yes,
Kelly went.
absolutely.
My wife, Kristen, who did, none of this would happen without her, but Kristen was an administrator at Berlin Community School where Kelly went before she went to Eastern, so they connected immediately on set when we were up there in New York. And fortunately, Gelman, who everyone knows,
Sure.
he's like the legend at Mark and Kelly, and he was with Regis back in the day. Might be aging myself a little bit, but I got the stamp of approval from Gelman, and they want me to come back around Labor Day and do some cooking up on the roof.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, so I'm looking forward to more of that too.
All right, Matt, I got to ask, though. You're cooking for, like, you're a Philadelphia sports fan, so you're cooking
Yep,
for the players.
yep.
I know you cooked for Darius Slay and his family as well.
Yeah.
Are there any nerves? Because, like, I know you take pride in your food. Are there any nerves where you're like, man, I really hope this comes out good because I'm cooking for my favorite players?
I think the first time there was, my first time really cooking for anyone like that was Nick and his family and the team, and that was a big one, man. I was the only thing that could have made me more nervous is if Bryce Harper would have walked through that gate, and he wasn't able to make any of them, but I will cook for that man at some point because he started putting out TikTok videos, Chunas.
Yes.
Yeah, he's trying to crowd your space.
Oh, I'm telling you. So we got to collab, man. I can't compete with Bryce, so we got to collab.
Oh, yes, you can.
Collaboration
In a kitchen,
is the
you
new
can.
competition,
Just do me a
right?
favor. When you collab with them, make sure it's 2% milk and not raw milk. Listen, Matt, we appreciate you coming on today. We're going to continue to follow your story. It's really freaking cool. You're going from the tailgate scene to cooking for your favorite players. I think that's awesome, and just keep up the great work, man. It's really cool.
Thanks,
I
Matt.
appreciate you guys.
See you
Listen,
soon.
stay tuned to the Hungry Dogs tailgate happening in September.
Can't wait.
Don't worry, our man Brendan Petrelli will be there.
We'll have you on. We'll have you on again. We'll have you on again before the season starts.
You know it. Let's do it, fellas.
care, buddy.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Go Birds.
Thanks, Matt. And that's the best part. He's an Eagles. He's a diehard.
No, he's
Eagles
a
fan.
diehard.
We can't do that with Matt anymore. I'm too
now I'm
hungry.
Now you're
Bex.
hungry.
See, now I am
It's-
too.
It's not there.
Have you
Before
ever
10
tasted
a.m.?
some of his work?
I have not.
I have.
No. You've tried Matt's meat?
Yes.
Good?
Fantastic.
Top tier.
Fantastic.
And it's just a cool. Like, he was a gym teacher. I got the background from Petrelli.
It's
He was a
fantastic.
gym teacher, then culinary arts teacher, and now he's Hollywood. But
No, it's
still wants
fantastic.
to just tailgate with you.
No, he's fantastic.
Really cool. All right, coming up next, we got our text messages, our key three. It's been a fun Friday. We continue it next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Philly fans, you are the best sports fans in the world. You're not stupid, so why should you have to hear outlandish
Good
talk.
discourse.
It's been a fun Friday as we get closer to the weekend. A little self-plug here. My weekend does not start until around 1 a.m.
What do you
Saturday
mean?
morning. I got
What do
an
you mean?
ESPN shift tonight. Game night.
Oh.
10 p.m. till
So,
1 a.m.
Have the ESPN app on your phone.
I would imagine
and
it'll
you
be
can check in.
airing here because we're probably off at 10, right?
Yeah.
Guessing. Philly sports tonight probably ends at 10 o'clock. So
let me check.
It'll probably just be on here.
I'm not
period.
allowed to sit at a blackjack table though and have you on.
Yeah, you got some stuff going on this weekend, which is
we'll
fun.
be ESPN syndication from 10 on. So
I'll just listen to the Fanatic and you got
You can
me.
listen in.
Now, something that we were going to get into earlier, but Kevin Nagandi, who he didn't get back to me until this morning. We were going to discuss something. We did this yesterday. The conversations that we have pre-show off the air.
Which, by the way, might need to be, Connor, if you sort of think this is. I think this under the hood 3-4 minutes might be a good
couple minutes. What? Because we don't do the show before the show.
Right, we do not.
So we're talking about other stuff because we get along, so we talk about other stuff. I told you I might have a big moment on Sunday. It might be the last time I toe the rubber.
I hate you for this.
Why?
You know why. Explain yours and I'll tell you why I hate you for it.
Well, I know where you're going to come from. So, in case people have not followed the journey of Andrew Salciunas, my arm is cooked. Like pain. It hurts. It's not good. I need to kind of save it for when I do BP with Coop one day. But we have a game on Sunday, and if we win, we get the bye. If we don't get the bye, half our team is missing the first round of the playoffs because it's summertime, so people go on vacations, right? Our 3 go-to guys are unavailable to pitch on Sunday, and we need the win. And I retired from pitching.
Okay.
I said, all right, boys, looks like I got one more in me. And I think I'm done after this. I think Sunday will be my last outing.
Which is charming. I mean, I think it's
charming,
like
yeah.
No, but I think
charming.
It's I think it's good because, but it's sort of sentimental because you do enjoy it.
Yeah.
You still do enjoy it.
It just hurts too much.
It does hurt too much, and you don't want rotator cuff surgery because I have heard that it is extremely painful. I have 2 buddies who've done it that missed 8 months of golf.
That does not sound fun. Not that I'm a big golfer, but
you want.
I play basketball. I get out.
You talk down your golf, by the way. If you played
I don't
golf,
play enough.
by the way, if you played golf more, you'd be because you're not bad.
Because I just.
But here's
swing
what's
it.
BS about this whole last time on the mound. My arm's been cooked since high school. All right, I was in physical therapy every summer of my college career.
D3 legend.
And then I pitched after college, and then I hung it up. And 6 years later, you just pestered me and pestered me to the point where I had to come out of retirement to throw multiple games.
Yep.
And now you're saying, "Oh, last game for me," and then I hang it up.
Yeah,
it's
but
never the last game.
I never officially retired. How many times has the NBA player that's been out of the league for 3 years and then they retire and you go, "Wait, you haven't been retired?" That's me. This is it.
He's announcing his retirement and he's sticking to it this time.
I announced my retirement in 2017.
Yeah, but Connor,
on Sunday,
I got to tell you, you got a little bit of the Brett Favre in you.
Yeah, you do.
That
You are
you'd be
Brett
the guy that would be like, "Yeah, I'm retired. Oh, I'm not. I'm there. I'm going to play one more."
You got the itch.
You got a little bit of Brett
Nah,
Favre.
pitching is different. My shoulder and elbow and everything are a
You're
mess.
closer to Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers than you are to
Jordan Love.
Than you are to, let's say, a Zach Wheeler.
I'd actually prefer to not be compared to either of those men.
I would agree with you. That would be the truth.
Don't send any bad text messages, my man. All right, speaking of text messages, give us one more, and then we'll get to the key 3, which is, of course, our 3 best minutes from today's show.
Oh, my goodness. This one comes from Brett in Mississippi and says, "Has anyone seen the public funding?" Next up, we have...
What?
That was a good one.
Next,
It's good. It's very
I'll
good.
give you that one.
All right, so we have a comparison here going on with Justin Crawford and what the Phillies are missing. This texter says, "Crawford isn't a home run hitter either, so bringing him up won't solve the home run problem that you guys have been complaining about. And the 09-11 team top hitting lineup let our rotation down 2 in the playoffs. I need to see the rotation get help from the lineup, which is what I look for from Dave Dombrowski at the
What
deadline."
Crawford does for you is it solidifies center field to begin with. I don't like Brandon Marsh as a center fielder. I've made that abundantly clear. I don't think the Phillies love Johan Rojas. I think they've been abundantly clear about that.
No, I think that they've told you, and I've deciphered from conversations that I've had that they've grown. They're done with Johan Rojas's between the years.
Yeah. He makes a lot. He makes a lot of mental mistakes.
I don't know why they're so patient with Brandon Marsh.
Yeah,
but that's a whole other issue.
So Crawford solidifies center field, and he bats ninth for you. He does not solve the home run power. To the texter's point, I'm not turning to Crawford to be the savior of my lineup. I just have him solidify center field, and then you let the trade deadline do the rest. And I've kind of been clear about that. All right, time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3.
Now, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Baseball returns. Welcome back to the unofficial second half of the Major League Baseball season. Good Friday morning, Johnny. I love that they're back because I'm feeling pretty good about the second half of the season. I'm not going to lie.
66, right? 66
That's the
games
magic
left.
number? Is that?
Yeah, that is the magic. No, it is. No, it is.
Oh, that's right, because they're, a half game ahead of the Mets.
66 games left. There's 66 is the magic numbers. You go into tonight. This looks good. I'm feeling it.
The question today is, who are the Phillies in the second half? Forget playoffs for a second. This season has been a roller coaster. We've seen the hot streaks, then we've seen some horrible streaks.
The 1-9 streak was terrible.
It was terrible.
The weekend in Pittsburgh was terrible.
The West Coast trip was not necessarily so fun before
awful.
the All-Star break.
Awful.
We've seen the starting pitching be dominant and the bats do nothing. We've seen bats come out to big leads and then the starting pitching be okay and then the bullpen be horrible. Like, we know that this team has been a roller coaster.
You brought up August. Connor, this is something for the Locked On Phillies podcast. 2022, the Phillies 6th in home runs. 2023, the Phillies 8th in home runs. 2024, Phillies 7th in home runs. Currently, Phillies 18th in Major League Baseball in home runs.
Oh, yeah, it's
that is
pitiful
so
what
bad.
they've done. Yeah.
It is so pitiful for the lineup they have, for the bats they have, for the money that Middleton has spent, Mr. Middleton has spent. It's pitiful. That has to change. And if that number doesn't get down to around, they're going to have a lot of digging out of a hole. That number doesn't get into like the top 10.
Yeah. Let's go to the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. At an Eastern High School in South Jersey, drafted in the 16th round of the Major League Draft by your Philadelphia Phillies, our man Logan Dawson joins us. Logan, good morning, man. And first and foremost, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me on. Yeah, it's just a real feeling. It's what I dreamed about since I was younger. So seeing it come true, it makes sense, and I'm so happy it did. But I was just hoping for any opportunity, and the fact that it's the Phillies just makes it so much more special. Scout Casey Fahey, coached with them all spring, came out to a ton of games. Then I went to a workout at Citizens Bank a week ago and thought there could be a real possibility, and it ended up happening. So, it's just so exciting, and everyone back home is enjoying it, and I'm just so happy.
TJ Watt, 3 years, $123 million extension, 108 of which is fully guaranteed at signing, $41 million per year average. It's the highest paid non-quarterback in NFL history.
I'd love that wire transfer. Wouldn't you love
God.
that? We enjoy payday. And when payday comes, it's like,
Payday's
look,
nice.
check. Look, I just checked. The check cleared. It's in there. It's in the account on payday. And it's like, man, can you imagine that wire transfer? Here's the only thing is, how does this impact us?
Well, Jalen Carter probably smiled yesterday.
Jalen Carter, man.
Oh, you mean to tell me that 30-year-old, who's still playing at a very high level, that 30-year-old edge rusher, but wreaks havoc on quarterbacks, is getting paid that much money over just a 3-year span? Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. All right, that's the key three. I was just thinking about this during the key three. We had Mac Groork on, who went from cooking at tailgates to cooking for Nick Castellanos and Darius Slay. What is your thing that you could actually do well for if a player says, hey, I need you to do this for me? Now, Connor, you have driven.
What, cooking or
no?
do something?
Anything.
Oh.
Connor has driven Charlie Manuel. Do you feel comfortable enough in your driving ability that you could do that anytime a player called you?
No, because it's not about me. It's about other people. If somebody hits me, then I'm going to be the person that got this player injured. They're going to look at the driver first, even if it's not my fault. So I don't want to do that. I'm going batting practice. I've long believed this, the perfect batting practice.
You could prove it?
Yeah, easily. I could throw right down the middle all day long.
By the way, that's something, Connor, that's something I could maybe make happen for you. Because you remember that when Alex Anthopoulos said, he looks like he played some ball when he met Connor.
Would you be the
he looked like
Braves?
He played the thing is, would you ever pitch batting practice to the Braves?
Yeah. But they're getting high and inside.
No. Legit question.
Sorry, Ronald. That one got away from me.
Legit question.
Legit answer.
Legit question. You get offered money, like you're on the team staff. Would you give BP to the Braves, Mets, Marlins, Nationals?
Yeah, sure.
That
doesn't bother me.
I would too.
If I got, what's funny is I have actually gotten people that have been college players, gotten them to pitch batting practice.
Yeah, BP's normally what,
Before.
60, 70, maybe 75 is what
70,
they throw?
75 to 80 pitches.
Okay. No, I'm saying velocity.
No, oh, yeah. Yes.
The reason why I'm asking is because
70 to 80 you have to be able to.
All day.
It's one thing where John does radio in Atlanta. You're not helping the teams. You would be helping.
No, he would.
They're going to get BP from somebody.
They're going to get it from somebody. Stop. Come on now.
Wondered.
But Alex Anthopoulos had a conversation with Connor and was like, he looks like he played some ball. That's what
He's got a good eye.
That's what he said. Now, when you get to have a conversation with Alex, maybe we can. He looks at you and says,
"Tell him to come scout my game on Sunday."
Hey, FT Young Heating and Air. I'm hoping Dave Dombrowski does. FT Young Heating and Air Conditioning made a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research, and you can too. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives.
I still got eligibility, man. Right?
Well, maybe we could work something. Hey, Dave Dombrowski, there's a game to scout this weekend.
Yeah, sure.
Send one of your lowest level scouts.
No, highest level. Come on, man.
Might be able to do something.
All right, everybody have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend.
Enjoy the Jersey Shore. Connor enjoys the Jersey Shore.
Yes.
Ray and Connor take AC tomorrow.
I'm the only one not going down the Jersey Shore.
And I may come over and see you.
It's interesting.
Say
You guys go down when I'm not going down. I go down all the time, and you guys are never down.
Well, we're not rich people with shore houses. So we don't have that.
I hate you all. Everybody have a great weekend. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.